And everyone, I'll ask everyone to stand for the opening karakia, please. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā tara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, tihe, Māori ora. Kia ora. All right, so welcome to the meeting this morning, everyone. We've got a nice full gallery. It's nice and cosy today in here. Now, this morning we do have an external recognition for council services, and it's for our City Council Smart Cities team. So Michael Healy and Grace Leon, are you with us here this morning? Yes. Would you like to come to the table in your proud moment? And it's all of our proud moment, actually. And before we get into the recognition, you've got a video for us, which I think would be really interesting for us to see, so that we know what you've got the award for and what you're actually doing for the city. So the floor is yours. Fire away.
The Christchurch City Council Smart Christchurch program delivers innovative solutions that supports the council's vision and goals for the city. A key part of this is building collaborative partnerships that solve problems. In this case, after the devastating Port Hills fires, we started looking for ways to monitor environmental conditions in high-risk areas, with the goal of providing early warning of fire risk.
Fire and Emergency New Zealand is interested to learn how technology like this can help reduce the incidence and consequence of fire in our community.
An important part of this project has been the excellent collaboration between Christchurch City Council, Rainier Matariki Forests, Fire and Emergency New Zealand and the Spark IoT team.
Working with Attentis, Spark IoT have delivered a solution to the council's use case. It is a network of 5 R10 series devices to Bottle Lake. Devices include 360-degree thermal imaging sensors with AI capabilities, ultra-high definition video and still imaging, weather inputs, pressure, humidity, wind speed, wind direction, rainfall and air quality, including pollen recognition. All the data is then transmitted in near real time via Spark's IoT network for analysis and assessment.
Part of the project has been creating an online portal where residents can see what weather conditions are doing or what the air quality is like in the area. This will help people to make better informed decisions. For example, a person with allergies may want to avoid a day where there's a particularly high pollen count.
Early detection and intelligence helps us mobilise our response resources as quickly as possible. It also provides time for communities to implement their emergency plan.
We're really excited to be early adopters of this technology and the benefits it's going to bring to Christchurch communities.
That's amazing. So that Early Fire Detection Sensor Network project was named winner of the Datacom Award for Digital Local Government at the 2023 LGFA Taitoura Local Government Excellence Awards. So we're really excited about that. And there's that collaboration word again, and environmental detection. I think that's got places that can go further than this. So thank you very much, and come forward and I'll give you your award. Thank you. It's always good to recognise the good stuff, I think, so that's a great start to the meeting. So we move to apologies. Of course, we have apology from the Mayor, Councillors Goff, Johansson and McDonald. Can I have a mover and a seconder for those? That's Mark and Tyrone. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. Just a reminder to be vigilant about declarations of interest if you have any. I haven't heard any so far, but just speak up at the time if you think of something. So this takes us to item 3, public participation. I'd like to welcome Oroa Pairoa Incorporated Society to come to the table, please. You've requested 2 blocks of 5 because you want to present in Te Reo Māori and in English. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Nikora Nitro tōku ingoa. My name is Nikora Nitro and I'm here on behalf of Orua Paeroa Incorporated Society, a society that was started just last year out of a response of some of the homeless issues that were happening on the ground. And so those were resolved by some very hard-out pushes on Facebook, alerting ministers and staffers of ministry departments of the behaviour such as dumping clients of MSD into backpackers and then letting them fall onto the streets after they take their 2 weeks of money and then just say, hey, you're too naughty for us, but they already knew that they were naughty. So looking out from the building that I was first in, which was 186 Shore Ave for a business venture called the Hangi House, lots of controversy, but fabulous Hangi. And always looking down on the ground outside the pizza area and the cash machine. And so, of course, we see all the drug deals and all the sex happening down the aisle of the building of the backpackers. And we talk to the people, and they just simply tell us these stories. And so we've made an incorporated society because that issue is too big for one group to take on. And so we thought about, is the trust appropriate? No, that's only like 3 to 5, and then you can just pass what you want. There's no real engagement. And so incorporated society, after speaking to mana whenua whānau, and so that's, when I say mana whenua whānau, I mean the nannies on the ground, the ones that get grumpy in the rāpaki meetings and all of them around at the Kokorarata meetings and Wairewa and all of those meetings. You ask them first about what they think about how it could be best supported, and it can be best supported by the ground. And so the Incorporated Society has just formed itself. It's got Hallie and Sally Pitama as one of the kuia. I'm a lifetime member because I am committed to these issues of the city. And as we can see, there's a lot of different issues going on for youth, for mental health, for all of these different areas of our society. And so all we're doing here today to the City Council is to say tēnā koutou. We welcome any support from the City Council. We do have some numbers that we will want to be rolling around the ministerial sort of level, and then we'll pop down to the council level, local level, to give you the update. So we're not asking you to say we're the best thing that the city has produced, but we do have a lot of metropolitan input across the city when it comes to youth affairs. How do you best deal with ram raiders, etc.? Where are those conversations on the marae? There are none. Where are the conversations about the dilapidated Orua Paeroa? Orua Paeroa is where the sea meets the land, where everyone goes for wellness over in New Brighton, Orua Paeroa. Orua Paeroa is being flandered around all over the place by this organisation, that education system, this program, etc. But no one has actually given any real depth about what is that that general knowledge that the community knows about Orua Paeroa. And so whilst the media has their little turn on my ass out in the public, we are committed on the ground to getting these issues over the line. So I acknowledge in Riccarton, the mahi that's been done there with the mall and all of the whawhai that happens out there. We mihi to Kelly Barber, who shared with us the lovely comments last year, where he said that thank you for your good work that we do on the ground, because the media might have a certain narrative going, but actually the true stories are on the ground. And if you just sat for half an hour within the village and talk to the people, and what is a village? You know, there's a lot of media going on with that village of Orua Paeroa of New Brighton, and it's all up the beachfront. So just to say that actually let's highlight the whole of Orua Paeroa, which does start from where they're doing some roadworks just as you come out of Aranui, and it stretches all the way to the pier. And so we'd like to say that we have aspirations as well coming from the ground that haven't been heard yet through all of the consultation that's been out there about what is best for Orua Paeroa. Well, let me say this. Can we please have the car park fixed over by the supermarket? It doesn't actually require a lot of bureaucracy. It just requires someone to say, hey, how about a whānau ora approach where the council is the sort of parent, and they look at the dilapidated sort of area that has been neglected in all the budgets and through all the advocacy, perhaps because of the sub-advocacy going on with past councillors. But the car park would be the place to start. You don't need to come in with lots of dollars and big programs. You just need to fix the ground. and then open the ground up with our light rail of 720 metres. Did you like that? That stretches from Menage Trois. Some people might only see it as the little hoko shop on the right as you go into New Brighton, but actually she's from Tūwharetoa. And so the cultural narrative even starts from that particular part of the area. I'm just wondering, do I have 10 minutes? Because I wanted to, okay, Thank you so much. And it's only because I want to Dutch in and out of Te Reo Māori. I wanted to present all of this in Te Reo Māori so that we could hear Te Reo Māori going full ball, full tack at this level at local government. So lots of people know me on the ground, lots of people know me up in the Parliament, and now you will all know me down here at the local level. And so think of me as a court jester of the people, and also as a conduit to the conversations that perhaps would be helpful to getting some fast remedial action going on Orua Paeroa. It's all about Orua Paeroa, and I do acknowledge everyone that is here, and I acknowledge all the great work that's going on in the arts. And we invite the arts in the whole of the city to base themselves over in Christchurch, just for the next 3 years until Te Kaha is up and going. Because there's a lot of attention and a lot of projects going out all over the place. And our lovely councillor, who probably already has a huge workload, doesn't know that actually it's possible to do 50 things at once. And get them all going and getting, that's the thought from the ground. It's not the sort of like kōrero that you would hear around an office with all these nice sort of sentences, etc. It's just straight up 10, 9 and 8. So that's the underground, the underworld, and then the beneficiaries. Those are the three bottom tiers of the 10 tiers that we operate around. So, Kamatu i tērā, pirangi o kia kōrero I roti Te Reo Māori. I want to speak in Te Reo Māori. Tānau te kōrero tere, I can speak fast. I roti Te Reo Māori me Te Reo Pākehā, in Māori and Te Reo Pākehā. Taku ingoa ko Nikora Nitro, I heke mai te arawa te rawa tūhoi me Ngāti Hāmoa. I'm Nikora Nitro. I've been here for 23 years in the city, teaching Māori performing arts. You have amongst you a strategy that was called Touching Lives of Our Future Leaders Project. Touching Lives of Our Future Leaders project. That was started way back when the Deputy Mayor Leslie Keast was around the table, who I also heard through some other campaigning that I've done, was one of the stalwarts and the leaders of the community housing project from the executive team. So I want to say that the answers kei aku ringa. The answers are within us. Orua Paeroa, people think, oh, where'd you get that name? Have anyone been to New Brighton? You looked on the left over there. What does that word say on that big building, that mural? Orua Paeroa. And so there started our sort of narrative about, okay, I reira te manawa. The heart is already there. Nā nei, mā ngā kuia, mā te hāpori, a hara mai, kia whāki mai, hea te hurahi kei mo ia tātou. It is up to our elders to come through and tell us which way to go and how to best navigate these sort of scenes. And so we want to say to the Mayor that he is doing so well. He is doing so amazing. And we are watching on the ground. Most of our observations are done by Facebook, but also all of Twitter and all of the commotion that goes on that side. But our people are watching. They're watching on the ground. And in fact, I've got he harekeke kona, I mauria mai tita he harekeke ahau. I brought a little harekeke, he puti, a flower, given by one of our homeless. That is now thanks to Brenda Lowe and the homeless collective in the city in a transitional house, and she's working on her bits, and she makes puti now, and she goes up to the shops over in Edgware, and then she talks to the people, and things are going really well. It's not totally there at 4:30 in the morning when I was hanging out with some meth heads and some cine people and checking out what's going on in the ground, the actual ground, when people are asleep at night. Oh, what do we see on the main street on Colombo? People sleeping in tatty blankets, etc. You know, if I think about the arts world, it's within their scope to hear such things as let's do something different. Let's do something different, like can they be the flashiest homeless in Christchurch? Can we have that sort of thing going on for a reputation? Can we have the best blankets for our homeless? Can we put them in mansions? Can we buy one mansion out of the housing budget and then just use that, because there doesn't seem to be anywhere to fit anyone? So why not put them, you know, when someone comes over to your house and then you put them in the best bed? Well, how about that for Christchurch? So we just want to say, Orua Paeroa, all our stuff is in the minutes, and just want to say what a great team this Christchurch City Council has got, and I hope to see really amazing things in the future. Tēnā koe henstock, mō au mahi I reira, so just acknowledging all your mahi in Papanui amongst the people, and also congratulations on your appointment to the Christchurch NZ board, of which we hope to hang Tino Rangatiratanga flags all on all of the poles where those teti ones are at the moment. And then we switch it over the next month to another national.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much for coming in. That was a really interesting forum. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to welcome Steve Wakefield, who'd like to talk to us for 5 minutes on the Court Theatre. Welcome, Steve. Oh, and sorry, I've got to acknowledge we've got Councillor McClellan and Tyler Harrison-Hunt on Zoom this morning. So, fire away. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you about the current council RFP for development of the 129 Gloucester Street site in the Performing Arts Precinct, the land that was previously intended to be a car parking facility. I'm Steve Wakefield and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Court Theatre Trust, where I've been a trustee for around 14 years. And joining me here, we have some of our patron staff and friends of the court supporting in the public gallery, and many of you know Ross Gumberley. We welcome around 150,000 patrons per year through our doors, including over 130,000 nighttime attendances. So we can help drive activity for a wide range of hospitality businesses in the area. But we've said all the way along this journey to return to the CBD, including when I previously submitted to council, that having a car park facility nearby has always been a requirement of the Court Theatre coming back into the central city. Our patrons have clearly told us this, and it's the #1 priority for them when considering coming into our new theatre. Back last year, when the previous council considered the proposed sale of this land to a car parking operator, it was told by a well-known private developer that another car parking facility was going to be built soon, less than 100 metres away on Armagh Street, and so there was no need to build a car park on the Gloucester Street site. On the strengths of these assurances, council decided not to sell the land, and a few weeks ago issued an RFP seeking proposals for alternative uses that would benefit the Performing Arts Precinct. However, since that decision last year, things have substantially changed. That Armagh Street car park development has not happened and is not likely to happen because of the Catholic Diocese proposal being halted. The developer has also made public statements that this proposed development and others were being withdrawn. This is of serious concern to the Court Theatre Trust Board, since we're now well advanced with council to build the new Court Theatre and construction is underway. We're planning to open the new theatre in early 2025, but immediately and in the longer term, our viability will be threatened by the lack of a planned car parking facility nearby. In the RFP recently released by council, it says, please note, following a public consultation process in 2022, the elected council considered and resolved that the land would no longer be required for the provision of a car parking building. Therefore, any application under this RFP for use of the land as a parking facility will not be considered. I am here today to ask you to stop altogether or to modify this RFP by removing that prohibition, as we would like to put in a mixed-use proposal that provides both a performing arts and social services space on the ground floor, as well as a car parking facility above. We believe that the council should be open-minded to different proposal options, including car parking, and so we're requesting that council give our request fair and proper public debate at its 19 July meeting, and to employ a full and transparent process to look at the options and consequences prudently. This decision sets the framework for the next 50 years. We believe it's legitimate to reconsider this previous council decision because, number one, the rationale for the previous council decision is no longer valid since the promised alternative car park facilities have not been built or even committed to. Number two, a car park will support all of the Performing Arts Precinct, including the piano, the music centre and the Isaac Theatre Royal, as well as Tūranga and Te Pai across the street and the cathedral nearby. Number three, it is not correct that there's no need for car parking in the area. A professional traffic report was done previously for council that validated the demand and business case north of the square. Temporary gravel car parks will be gone in a few years and can't be relied upon. Number four, the council's 2018 RFP for a car park operator for the site stated the peak car parking demand for the Performing Arts Precinct is expected to greatly exceed the parking building capacity of 300 vehicles. Number 5, south of the square there are now 5 post-earthquake multi-storey car parking buildings. North of the square there are none, and the council's Manchester Street building that was demolished has not been replaced, and the insurance proceeds have not been applied. Number 6, we now have a different mayor and a different council. Number 7, it is inappropriate for council documents to state that use as a car park is not needed and will not be considered, when we agreed to bring our theatre into the central city on the assurances from council that there would be one developed on the land next door. And number 8, proposals that include car parking should not be blocked in preference to an unsolicited alternative proposal bid that has been put to council already. The clear message from our patrons has been that they will continue to support the theatre, but only if easy car parking is provided close by. Virtually none of our patrons come to the Court Theatre by bicycle or public transport, and though we believe encouraging these modes of transport is an idealistic goal, it should not be promoted at direct risk to the viability of the Court Theatre. Some of our theatre goers are elderly or disabled, and accessible parking should be a priority, and our elderly and disabled patrons should not be shut out. It is the opinion of our Trust Board that the car parking building close by is critical to the ongoing viability of the Court Theatre. The Council is investing $50 million in this, and we are raising $12 million towards our new Court Theatre. We can't allow this issue to make us fail. Our business case assumed that a car parking building would be built next door on the land that was acquired by the Crown for this purpose and then given away to the Council. We are not saying sell this land, a long-term lease is all that's needed. We would like to lodge a proposal for the site that provides a cultural performance space and social services space on the ground floor and multiple levels of car parking above. So please agree to consider stopping or modifying this RFP to remove the prohibition of car parking proposals and to extend the deadline at your upcoming 19 July meeting. Thank you very much for listening. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thanks for coming in. Listened, and it was a very good presentation, and thanks for the very clear handout as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we'll move on to the third public forum, which is Glenn Livingston and Vaughan Utteridge are here to share plans for celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Commonwealth Games here in Christchurch. Are you there? Welcome to the table. Glenn, you haven't changed a bit. Well, not much anyway. And Vaughan. He's taller. He's got high heels on. And Gary. Right.
Tēnā koe kai whakahaere, Pauline.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe Amorangi. Good to see you all. Thank you for your hard work for the city, much of it which goes unseen. We've been to see the top kai whakahaere Phil Major, so he knows about this and very enthusiastic about it. But without further ado, I wish to hand over to my fellow volunteer Vaughan. There's a group of us undertaking this that has official NZ IOC sanction. So we've gone through the process and lining up the ducks, and we're joined also, I see, by Gary. So.
Yeah, thank you. So this is an exciting anniversary. Next year, this time, 50 years ago, the city was in full preparation mode for what has become an iconic and probably the most loved event that New Zealand's ever had, and engaged the whole city. So at the start of the last year, there was a group of us saying, how can we acknowledge the 50 years? Some of you may have been old enough to remember it. Some of you maybe not. Or your parents and grandparents would have been heavily involved because it touched all parts of the city, and it was an opportunity that we felt that needed to be celebrated properly and really acknowledged as part. And looking back, it's something that was really special for this city. So why we won't quite make the 100, I don't think. So we just got to do the 50th really well and really celebrate it. There has been celebrations in the last 50 years for every 10 years, but this was an opportunity to sort of step it up and really just send it off in a really good way. Time to celebrate the city. legacy that event, still those events, some of those venues are still being used. Unfortunately, we lost QE2, but it's been rebuilt and fit for purpose for the city now, so that's exciting. The community, over 300,000 people were touched with this event. The stories that we're getting are really cool, really amazing, and we really want to celebrate all those. And obviously the athletes and the moments, the Dick Taylors, the John Walker 1500, and all those the Jamie Parkhouse, all those moments that we had. So we really opportunity to move and look at those. 2 events. On the Friday night will be Connect, and the Saturday night will be Celebrate. And there's additional events that will happen. We're allowing the sports to do their own reunions, and we're working really well with the community team, Gary and his lot, and the library to do a really cool 6-week sort of display there. So that's really exciting, and we thank them a lot for their support. On the Friday night, time to mingle, time to rekindle some of those relationships, share some memories, and that'll be at the Christchurch City Town Hall, again, which was was only celebrated its 50th and was especially set for this event. So that had some of the iconic moments. The Graham May falling forward on with the weightlifting, that was there. Almost ran into Princess Anne apparently, so we almost lost a royal that night. So those are sort of, maybe not that memory, but some of the memories we need to rekindle and share. So that's going to be an exciting night. And then on the Saturday, go back to sort of the iconic, so the newest venue in town, which will be at Te Pai, formal acknowledgement of the 50 years, celebrating everything that was there. Whoopsie daisy. Was that me or was that someone else? Oh, that's cool. And it's going to be inspired by 1974, so ham steaks and pineapple rings for the main meal. So and such. So maybe not. And really just acknowledge some of the really highlight the event, and not just the athletes, because that's been done to death, but the actual community, the people, the stories, the volunteers. The people, the amount of stories that we get about people saying, "Oh, my mum served tea to the Kenyan running team when they were walking past." All those sort of things, we really want to just really hang our hat on and just say, "Well done, Christchurch," and that was pretty cool. So that's about where we're at. We're really strong interest from online, not just from old people like me, but with their kids, and they've got memories of their parents bringing out their memorabilia and such. Ticket sales go up in July. We've developed strong relationships with Bruce Ulrich, who will know who was one from the only original person left from the organising committee. So he's got we're working strong with him, and also the NZOC, which is really providing some really good support financially as well. So that's quite exciting. So looking forward to it. This was just about putting it on your radar, and hopefully we can really send it off in a really cool way. And thank you to Gary and his team for the support we're receiving.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for bringing this in. This is really going to be really exciting next year. It's fantastic.
Should be great for the city.
Will be great for the city, the Aotearoa that's really blooming now. So thank you very much. So we don't have time for any questions, sorry, but we know how to get hold of you through Gary if anyone's got any brilliant ideas they want to add. So looking forward to it.
Okay, great. Thanks for your time. Cheers.
Get those Holdens down Colombo Street.
Yeah. All right. So now I'd like to welcome Brett Burquest, Assistant Vice-Chancellor at the engagement at the University of Canterbury, who's here to present the Community Impact Report celebrating the university's 150th year anniversary, and then we'll go straight to item 15 after that. Welcome, Brett.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I actually brought a few hard copies I'd like to hand out. Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko Brett Burquest toko ingawa. Hei amoka pua te raupu papari aho I te whare wananga Waitaha. A pleasure to be here with you today to discuss this. Ka titiro whakamuri ki te anga whakamua, guided by the past, shaping the future. That's the theme for our 150th anniversary. In 1873, the second tertiary education institution was founded in Aotearoa, right here in Otatahi, Christchurch. Education was an immediate priority for our fledgling community, and we are very grateful for the support and close ties over the past 150 years. So in that context, we wanted to take a deep look at these ties for our milestone year of 2023. We adapted a civic engagement framework developed in the UK, and we asked consultants Public First to join forces with our local partner, Research First, led by Carl Davidson, who many of you will know. And we worked with Mana Whenua through collaboration with Dr. John Reed of our university's Ngaitahu Center. The project read into our community and strategy through extensive literature review. Community leaders were consulted through in-depth interviews. Focus groups included educators, parents, civic leaders. A charrette workshop with staff was undertaken, along with student leadership. And Christchurch City Council surveyed the greater Christchurch population through existing sampling methods. 815 responses were received in December of last year. So through this work, we were humbled by the broad support for the university and the important role it plays in our community. The business community sees us as a very important partner for meeting their talent needs. Over 1 in 2 NCA qualified students in Waitaha, Canterbury enroll at the University of Canterbury, and half of our graduates join the local workforce. Our growth in enrollments over the past few years has been from North Islanders coming to Christchurch. This has been much discussed in the media at the moment, particularly the last couple of weeks, as we reset enrollments with open borders. We're very proud to have the highest level of enrollments in our 150-year history this year, but it's very much a collective win, reflecting the city and our collaboration with the region. Here are some highlights from the report. And we're really pleased to see that of the residents who responded to the survey by council, 80% said that the university is important to them. Our research colleagues from the UK said they'd never seen such high scores. The Tees Museum at our historic First Campus has drawn 60,000 visits since its opening, and continuing our long tradition of opening our doors to the public, which dates right back to the very start of higher education in Aotearoa. We continue to have strong public attendance in industry engagement, open lectures, and many events. Some of you may have attended our Raising the Bar talks on the 2nd of May, where in 10 pubs across the city in Littleton, we had 20 talks, and each venue sold out. We are the second largest employer in the region, generating nearly $800 million of indirect economic impact. We prioritize local relationships and spend about 2/3 of our spending locally, and we've generated 372 startups in the past few years. We contribute to society in many different ways, and many of our graduates go into areas of public service. We work hard to contribute to health and well-being of our community and our region. That's an important goal for us. And we contribute to the cultural life of the city in many different ways. Our digital screen is an interesting new innovation where we're repurposing the Dovedale campus with an innovative new approach that has brought 170 enrollments into this brand new program this year. Sustainability is important to New Zealand and to Christchurch and the university, and we're very pleased to see that we are ranked in the top 100 globally for our leadership in sustainability, both by Times Higher Education this year, as well as QS. So sustainability is a common theme where we're doing a lot of work together, including research collaboration with Council in terms of very pragmatic needs in the future for our community. But running through that very rapidly to see if there's any time for discussion, one thing I wanted to highlight is that along with all the aroha that came through in this report, and which warmed our hearts, we also heard that in many ways the university underplays its potential. The community wants to hear more stories from us, stronger position taking on subjects that matter to us. They want to see us more and understand what we stand for. Part of this is just visibility on the things we're already doing. So what can we do to make that more transparent and more visible to the public? One example is that the younger generation of local residents may not realize that the Arts Centre was the original campus of UC for our first nearly 100 years. Now, it's probably difficult for people of my generation to conceptualize, but it's a common theme that came through, that a lot of our activities don't have sufficient signage and recognition that it's actually UC behind those activities. So we're having discussions about how we could just lift the visibility of what we're already doing. And of course, the 150th anniversary gives us the great platform to do that. It's a great time to throw a lot of parties. So this year we reactivated a graduation parade through the CBD. It was a beautiful sunny morning, and the mayor welcomed the students with a glass of orange juice. It was still morning, so no bubbles, to kind of celebrate that. And it was great to see the turnout across the city to watch the graduates go by. We had photo boards on High Street. We're taking those photo boards through a series of exhibitions out into the region as well. Galas, concerts, sporting events, and so on. And this report, and the chance to really promote that and to tell our story better. Reflecting on all of this, we decided to launch a new scholarship this year. We've called the scholarship Te Kakawa Maui. And this scholarship is doing 2 intakes of 150 students who will not receive a tuition bill until they finish their undergraduate degree. And these are for students from low decile schools across Te Waiponamu. So this is really to give back to our community and to emphasize our focus on access and inclusion. We have a really comprehensive set of strategies that we call Kiangitu, which are allowing us to really transform student success rates in first year. And so this allows us to support students who simply might not have been looking at the university in their future. And we're really pleased that this has already driven a 4-fold increase in applications from lower decile schools who typically weren't looking at the university. It also has been the major focus of our scholarship appeal, our fundraising for the 150th. And it's been a grassroots giving campaign of a suggested gift of $150, simply to invite everyone to participate in that particular initiative. So we also announced a $1.1 million in gifts as we kicked off the fundraising appeal at the Chancellor's Black Tie Fundraising Gala Dinner late April at Te Pai that many of you attended. So with that, I just wanted to recognize the strong collaboration we have with Council, always exploring ideas for taking that further. And this report was just really a fantastic opportunity to take stock of our role with the community, to listen to the community, and to explore our future for the next 150 years. Angamihi.
Kia ora. That was an excellent report. Thank you very much. And there's that collaboration word again that we hear. Just on that, the Arts Centre being the original university here, and we were talking to Philip Aldridge last week, Victorian Iron, and they are looking for stories from or experiences from past attendees who attended the university at the Arts Centre site. So a bit of a call out there if anyone knows anyone who attended and they'd like to offer a story, that would be quite good. Are there any questions? Kelly?
If I could work the button, I'd be away. Sorry about that. Yeah, my father actually attended university when he was doing engineering at the Arts Centre. I'm sure he'd be happy to be involved in some of the stories, because he had some absolutely fantastic ones when they were going between the 2 campuses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really have a question, actually. Just want to say that.
Get him to contact Philip Aldridge. That would be really helpful. Are there any other questions for Brett this morning while he's here? No? All right.
We're actually putting out a new history of the university in December. So that's a book that's well in preparation, which will be published by Canterbury University Press, which will also include quite a sampling of photos and some stories from the past. Yeah. But it will be primarily a critique of the role of the university over the past 150 years.
That's fabulous. And I think the new scholarship program is really forward-thinking as well. And I was at that gala dinner, and you had a few of the recipients on the stage who spoke, and it actually really brought tears to all of our eyes, because what it meant to them and their whānau, who'd never in their wildest dreams ever even considered the word university, let alone being given the chance to attend.
Yeah, we believe it's a first in that we're not filtering by grades. So you have to be, university qualified with your NCA scores. But after that, sorting through the hundreds of applications, we're sorting by motivation and their overall profile and their desire to give back to their community. So that's allowed some really interesting students who qualified but didn't have the absolute top grades to really project themselves and to feel seen and to feel heard. So that's really coming through in this first cohort we took in, and we already have over 400 applications for the second cohort we'll be doing for semester 1, 2024.
Brilliant. Otatahi is City of Opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Polly.
you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, so on that note, we'll move to item 15, and we have a resolution there to receive the report and to thank the University of Canterbury for its many contributions and its commitment to the community over the 150 years since its founding. Sarah would like to move it. Tyrone was second.
Your second.
That was really close, but yeah, you were just snipped. All right, is there any discussion or debate? I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. And just to advise a slight shuffle of the agenda item, I'm going to go to item 20 now, the LGNZ item, and also of note, we're going to move the safer neighbourhoods to the first item after lunch, providing we get through the PX prior to lunch. So that just gives staff a little bit more time on that one. So if we go to item 20, which is the Local Government New Zealand Annual General Meeting. We've got the recommendation there. It's just appointing the voting delegates and the alternate and agreeing that Simon Britton, the Zone 5 representative on the Community Board Executive Committee, will attend the Local Government New Zealand Annual General Meeting on the 26th of July 2023 as an observer for the Christchurch City Council. Also noting that the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors Donovan, Harrison Hunt, Henstock, Moore, Peters and Templeton will attend the Local Government New Zealand Conference as representatives of the Christchurch City Council. So do I have a mover for that? Melanie and Tim, is there any questions for staff? Any discussion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Right, there's no presentations of petitions, so this brings us to the Community Board monthly reports. First up is Coastal Burwood. So welcome to Paul McMahon and Deputy Chair Jackie Simons to the table. Morena. Yes. Oh, right, thanks.
Tēnā koutou, te koro mātua tuarua me ngā kai konihira. Mo ruru koe mō te whiwhi I tā mātou ripuata. So we just have a few highlights we'd like to draw your attention to. We have the Design Jam, which took place on the 14th and 16th of June at the Aranui Community Centre and involved 19 children, around 10 to 14, from St James Primary School, Te Kura o Hato Hemi and Chisnellwood Intermediate, incidentally, which is having its role reduced. Haata Community Campus hosted a separate session in late June. Students highlighted areas of the community they'd like to see improvements in and what areas they saw as concern, as well as what they loved about their community. Great asset-based community development there. These areas were then explored through art and drawing and model making into presentable ideas and projects. So these ideas and projects from Design Jam will become part of a community event, enabling further feedback and iteration from the local community. This is a kind of engagement reaching people who don't spend time on the council website or coming to council meetings, so people not like anybody here, that we would love to see more of. If we're going to rebuild trust in the council, then we need to see more of this kind of thing. I really just want to congratulate staff for their excellent work. And we also had our Community Service and Youth Awards and Edible and Sustainable Garden Awards on the 22nd of June. We hosted our combined award ceremony at the South Brighton Community Centre. Over 50 people were in attendance on the day, with a total of 22 receiving a certificate in their gardens and 2 councillors doing speeches. Volunteerism is the lifeblood of a free and civil society, and the amount our community volunteers give back is absolutely incredible. In terms of fiscal responsibility, if you want to talk about fiscal responsibility, council gets back far more than it spends funding community groups. There was a study a while back done looking at the return. I forget what it was, but it was incredibly high. We really do get a value for money. And next we have we were privileged to be able to be at the opening of the second stage of the Pukeko Centre, a multi-purpose sport and recreation space. It was opened by the Mayor on the 15th of June with supporters and funders of the project attending the event. The project's taken many years and has had its share of challenges to overcome, but with generosity and determination, a team of volunteers and supporters have persevered. So the centre is now open for community use by existing and new user groups, Parklands Bowling Club, Parklands Rugby Club, Parkview School, as well as for team indoor training and a variety of other users. It even has indoor basketball court. Jackie.
So who would have thought that a private plan change 15 years ago would have enabled a container storage facility to now wreak havoc on the people of Woolston with continued noise, shaking of their houses, and a decline in property values? We have a situation around the residential industrial interface that impacts our ward, particularly in Linwood, but also other parts of our board area, whereby we have heavy industry being built in very close proximity to residential dwellings and causing disruption. And we just see it from one event to another event to another event. So I just wish to stress the importance of the work being done around the residential industrial interface and ask you to ensure that the changes are fit for purpose and actually future-proof our people living on that fringe, so that we don't have this heavy industry being allowed to be literally just outside their back door.
And that photo up there is from a car crushing facility which is on the residential industrial fringe. I've made a complaint through our governance staff about stormwater runoff, and we really need to have better rules for the residential industrial interface, and it's incredibly frustrating to see stormwater runoff coming from these kinds of facilities too. The organics processing plant is still open and it still stinks, and just wanted to remind you of that. We're not taking our eye off the ball, and I'm sure you're not too. And finally, as someone who's come back from being on a community board and come back, I've noticed that we don't have a lot of oversight now of our parks, and there's planting plans and that kind of thing happening, renewal programs where we just kind of get notification, but we don't actually get any say, and key stakeholders aren't being involved, and key stakeholders such as the Waimata Food Commons aren't being involved in the planting plans and things like that. And I just think I just wanted to draw your attention to that. So when we come to a delegations review, it would be good to look at the community board role with respect to parks. Happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. No, we're out of time. Thanks, Paul. It's brought you up to there. Just from me, did you report that stormwater issue with the car crushing plant through the Environment Canterbury Pollution Hotline?
The governance staff passed it on.
And has anything been done?
I don't know. I haven't heard back yet.
Be quite good to know, because they should have filters there. There must be an incredible amount of contaminants coming out of those car bodies.
Yeah, and there's actually, you can't see it in the photo up there, but they've actually deliberately, they have a hose there washing it. So there's water coming down and they have a hose there which is designed to wash the rest of it down into the stormwater system.
Could we please get someone from our team to follow that up with Environment Canterbury? That's really helpful. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Jackie.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, I'd like to welcome Te Pātaka or Rakai Hautu Banks Peninsula Community Board Chairperson Ruben Davidson, please.
Good morning. It's my final report.
LP, yeah.
Yes, my final report to council as chair, but don't worry, it's not because all of our terms are up. It's because it doesn't go quite that quickly. We can still do lots of good things. But I will be stepping down as chair at midday today, remaining on the board, and really looking forward to seeing who from within our community board in Banks Peninsula steps up into that chair. Jumping next to decisions made under delegation, it has been a busy month. The Littleton Arts Festival was supported with a grant of $2,000. It's even bigger this year, really strong program featuring anything from dinosaur bingo through to bedtime stories for grown-ups. So that continues through to this weekend. So if you haven't got across to any of those events yet, I recommend you do. The Littleton Recreation Centre Trust was also supported with a wall mural by a local artist, Amber Moke, which will go into Manua Kawhiu, which is the name that's been gifted from Ngāti Wheke to that space. And it's not all Littleton, also Little River received a grant towards a heat pump replacement to ensure that the Rec and Sports Club is warm and dry. We've made some progress on community board plan priorities as well. So antisocial road users, we really can't underestimate the negative impacts that this has for our smaller and remote communities right across the peninsula. There's been a really, really good multi-agency meeting, well organised by the local MP and her team, and really well attended. That's an excellent starting point to look at what support is available to address that issue, and it's always going to require a really joined up approach. There was also some work underway on the Hunters Road outline development plan, with the project team established for that site at 27 Hunters Road, which is the council-owned site in Diamond Harbour, and really looking at the future use potential for that large parcel of land. Community engagement, it was a big meeting and month for us on community engagement. I don't think that there's been a board meeting this year where the issue of the impact of cruise ships on particularly Littleton hasn't been raised by our community. We have a saying often quoted across community Facebook pages that Littleton is a working port. It is, and the feedback we're getting from local business owners and the community is that it isn't working with the volume of cruise ship visitors it's received in the last season, and we are led to believe that that will be even more visitors in the next season. The concerns that were raised at this meeting weren't around the environmental impacts. Those have been raised and continue to be raised by local people and by people across Christchurch. But these were really about the immediate impacts on the local community, the local infrastructure, and on local businesses. These business owners voiced that they don't feel that they have a voice, hence having to bring it to community board. And some of them said that they literally won't be in business if they have another cruise season anything like the last, because of the negative impacts it has on their ability to trade. So we really do owe it to these communities and to our city to manage these immediate impacts of cruise visitors. Runanga engagement, we had a really enriching pōwhiri and board visit to Te Wheke Marae at Rapaki, which was to explore future opportunities for local partnerships, and that was a really productive and fruitful conversation. And on our community focus, the community board also visited Wakaroa, Pigeon Bay, to view the Kukupā hostel site up close. It's looks a little bit like something out of a horror film in those photos, but it has a lot of potential and is a really amazing facility and space to explore. We also had a police briefing from the local team, which had a really strong focus, and I'd like to note the excellent community engagement and access work that's been carried out by our new local sergeant, Anna Partridge. Her work in this space is absolutely exemplary, and we get a lot of positive feedback about the great work that she's doing to have those conversations and to join things up locally, because that's how good policing will work. So there's a real commitment to community there. And finally, Tauriti 2, which is an exercise program for older residents, which is starting at Manua Kawhiu, which was also where the mural is going. That'll be starting this month. We just wanted to give that one a mention. And I just wanted to say thank you It's been really enjoyable being chair of the Banks Peninsula Community Board, and I've enjoyed these opportunities to come in and share what we're doing with the wider council.
Kia ora. Look, I'm sorry we don't have time for questions. I know Tyrone and Tyler both had one, but we need to keep moving. But I'd like to thank you.
Oh, it was just a question for staff, Pauline, sorry.
Yeah, we haven't got time. Sorry, just send it through, Tyler. Okay. I'd just like to thank you, Ruben, for doing a wonderful job as chair, as you have, and for these really clear, concise, and really interesting and proactive reports that you've been bringing as well. So all the best.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Moving right along, Waihoro, Spraden Cashmere, Deputy Chair, Keir Leslie. Morena, welcome, Keir.
Morena. Good morning. Thank you all for making the time. I'm afraid that Callum is unavailable, so you are stuck with the slightly less good representative from the board today.
I know the feeling.
So, what were we? So, a reasonably, I guess this has been a month where we've spent a lot of time out talking to the community, and we've had a few issues come through. So this could take the chance to, I guess, bring some of those issues to this table. This is, I guess, a reasonably small issue, but in many ways it connects with some bigger issues. So the Francis Reserve in Westmoreland is a small neighbourhood reserve, and there's a little footbridge that runs across Cashmere Stream. And one of the things is if you are biking to Cashmere High or heading into town, that's probably the route you'll take to avoid the Cashmere-Penruddock intersection, which is particularly difficult if you are walking or biking. Unfortunately, the stream needs replaced, and it's going through a process of being replaced. One of the challenges, I guess, is that more and more we're going to see as we start to prioritise active transport, we're going to see these kind of assets which sit in parks but have really big transport implications being part of our transport network for people using active modes. So this has kind of been one. We've had a couple of others in the board area over the years. In Spraden, we've had a couple over near Domain Terrace, and where we've had similar issues. So just to kind of, I guess, bring this to the council's attention is somewhere where it would be great if we could get different departments having a really joined up approach to these assets, so that from the community perspective, it's all one council and it's all one team. So that's great. We've had, obviously with the wet weather, we've been getting some traffic about the difficulty where we have people parking on riverbanks. This is a problem along the whole Apawaho River, all the way up from around Princess Margaret all the way down to through Woolston. And obviously there's a range of negative effects, but one of the big ones is sedimentation running into the river, which has a lot of harmful effects on the river. There's a range of ways this can be managed, but it is quite tricky because you have to get the regulatory settings right to enable no parking to be set up. There's a kind of default assumption that if there's no care, you can just pull over and park on the verge. That's probably appropriate in most places, but probably not along the riverbanks. So we probably, this is something that would be great if council could look at making sure those regulatory settings, whether there's the right bylaws, whether there's the right regulation, whether there's the right signage. Then this is this was a really cool presentation that came to the board from the Manuka Rangatahi Ropu. So a group of young people in Addington, Tane, Dante, Finn, Jeremiah, Tyrone, and assisted by Wilby Lahole, where they live in Addington. Some of them are OCHT tenants. And they came along to talk to the board about wanting a half-gore at Cornelius Reserve next to Manuka Cottage. And I guess I just wanted to mihi to them for the presentation, which was one of the best presentations I've seen at a community board. It was really well prepared. They've done an amazing amount of work, an amazing amount of outreach already, and it really upheld the mana of the Addington community. So that was awesome to see. So I just wanted to take this chance at this table to mihi to them. Finally, we have the South Library consultation has closed by now. We're obviously really looking forward to seeing what the feedback that we get from the community is. It's really clear the existing building is deeply loved, and there's a huge passion to retain what's great about that building. One of the challenges is that the reality is that a rebuild is almost certainly going to be the best way to do that, and continuing to take the community on that journey of how do we keep what's great about the building and the site while being, I guess, cognizant of the engineering realities of that building. So we're really excited to see how the design team responds to that feedback. And finally, just to say, obviously you have the Safer Speeds decision today. I know that we've had the board's presented a full submission on that previously, but just to take this chance again to encourage you to be really brave and lead for our communities in these decisions. Slowing speeds where appropriate is one of the best tools for making streets safer, reducing emissions, and particularly keeping our tamariki safe on the streets. So just to really say that this is something that we would really encourage you to take a lead on. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent presentation. Thank you, Keir. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So, Waimaro, Fendleton, Waimari Herwood, welcome Richard Williams and Deputy Chair Jason Middlemiss. No, it's not Jason.
It's not Jason.
Marianne.
Marianne.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, everyone. So, to get us started, just want to take you all through some of the decisions that we've made under delegation for this month. So there's a whole range from approving road names for new subdivisions to the installation of new lighting for sports fields, some tree removals and replacement planting plans, and also bus stops, a range of discretionary response fund applications, and also youth development funds. So thanks for being the clicker pilot. So last year, our community development advisors engaged with community groups in our area in regards to any training or speakers they would be interested in to help build their capacity. There was a great response, and so far sessions have been held on dealing with mental health issues, conflict resolution, and keeping safe online, including spotting and avoiding scams. Another issue that was identified was funding and how to do good applications. Our local advisors recently organised a funding hui for the groups in our area with over 50 people attending. Funding advisors from Rata Foundation and the Department of Internal Affairs joined our local community governance staff to speak to the group about the various funding schemes available and the funding priorities for each of the different funders. They also provided good advice and tips about what to include in their applications, and we had great feedback from the participants saying how useful it was. The team is now looking at making this an annual event. And then moving on to our friends of Crosby Park Working Bee. So as part of the ongoing Friends of Crosby Park initiative, 20 parents and preschoolers from the Russley Play Centre turned up to Crosby Park for the monthly Working Bee, which includes watering and maintaining the plants, which were put in as part of a community planting day last year. Our local community advisor, Karen, and our park ranger, Annalise, coordinated the Working Bee, and we're pleased to be able to gift the children with new watering cans and specially designed toddler gardening gloves. A huge shout out to Terra Viva Gardening Centre for providing these to us at a very discounted price. The kids absolutely loved it, and it'd be fair to say that the ground probably received a great deal more watering than the plants. But there are a number of Working Bees still planned for the rest of the year, which involve the wider community and Notice, a local community group dedicated to improving the conditions of Island Stream, which runs through Crosby Park. There's also 2 more planting days planned before the end of the year, and we also want to recognise the amazing mahi that these guys do, so we've actually nominated them for a Keep Christchurch Beautiful Award. And then moving on to the University of Canterbury Junior Athletics Club, Fendleton Park.
And going back.
I'll take you through it. So as part of the public forum at our last board meeting, Michael Henstock from the University of Canterbury Junior Athletics Club updated the board on their move to Fendalton Park and the successful season they have had. The club has received very positive feedback from members about the location, and they are now looking to move to the next stage of installing permanent structures on the park, including long jump, high jump and throwing circle facilities. The club has developed a good relationship with Bowls Canterbury, who are located next to the park, and have provided the club with storage space and allows them to use their facilities for meetings. Our board is fully supportive of the club's plans and are keen to work with the council's parks unit to progress the installation of the permanent structures. So again, that word, collaborative, pops up. And that is our monthly report. Thank you so much for your attention.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you very much. The planting day photos are just really lovely, aren't they?
Yeah.
You're good on you for getting out there and doing that. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Waipapa, Papua New Guinea's Central Community Board, one of the better ones, I hear. Chairperson Emma Norris and Deputy Chair Simon Britton. Welcome. I'm only kidding. We're all equal.
Nā koutou katoa. Thanks for that, Pauline. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We're just going to give you a quick rundown on some decisions that we've made at our June meeting, as well as some other exciting things happening in our area. So our decisions last month included a large number of discretionary response fund allocations, which you'll see there. It's great to be able to help out some hard-working community groups in our area, and you'll see from the list that it's a very diverse range of groups, which was good.
Cool. Last month we also approved a road name for a development on Philpotts Road and had another full slate of public forums from members of the public. And again, we're continuing to see strong engagement from our community, and shifting our time this term has really helped us with that. Just highlighting a couple there. Dame Sue Bagshaw came to speak to us about the Youth Hub Trust and progress on construction of the Youth Hub. Something that came out of that will perhaps be teased out a little bit more was a request from Sue for the board or council to consider some support for that project in the form of supporting the plantings that are required as part of the landscape plan. So we'll take that on board and give it some thought. Sue's always very happy to receive financial support as well, of course. A couple of presentations as well in our public forum around cycleways, cycle routes, and some encouragement from both of those for the board to be considering secondary connections as the MCR network gets built out, just looking at what else we can do to make the network be more complete and continue to cater for that interested but concerned group.
These are examples of a couple of things that we've been doing out in the community this last month. We had the Neighbourhood Trust AGM, which was fantastic. It was really great to hear as part of that. They had 3 staff members up there just talking really openly about their jobs and the challenges and some of the stories they were able to share, so that was really cool. And we also had our community liaison meeting held in St Albans, which was great to get people from community organisations along to just have a general chat and network, and there was a lot of conversation around food resilience and the work that all of those groups are doing in that space, so that was really good to be able to talk about.
We've had a couple of planting days in our board area since we were last here, one in Shirley at the end of May. So we've spoken before about the Shirley Birdsong Trail, which was a concept pitched to us last term to the Papua New Guinea's board to support the return of native bird life in the McFarlane Park area. So it's been another great turnout, and thanks to Council Park staff, Shirley Community Trust and members of the public that supported and participated in that one.
And another local planting project is the Papanui Bush, which you've heard us speak about a number of times before. The latest part of this project is the pathway to go through the bush, and it forms a loop track around, which is also accessible from the Braintree Wellness Centre, which sits to the side there. Our board contributed some funding for this, as well as Papanui Rotary, and I'd also like to give a big shout out to the park rangers and also recreation services, who the path was meant to finish at the fence there, but they actually did a bit extra from their budgets and made it, created a link from there to the footpath, so that will hopefully draw more people in.
That was followed by a planting day at the reserve. Another 1,000 native plants have been put in. acknowledging Councillor Henstock, also Councillor Peters. Thank you for participating in that. Papanui Rotary heavily involved in organising it. I think I saw some other Rotarians there as well. The Mayor, of course, and our local MP planting a coronation remu. So, yeah, really strong turnout, support from Papanui High School as well at that day.
And finally, one of our priorities in our community board plan is engagement with the community around what will happen at Shirley Community Reserve, the site of the old Shirley Community Centre. We've kicked this off with our local governance staff visiting two of the local primary schools, Shirley Primary and Shirley Intermediate. They had a couple of really good sessions getting feedback from the tamariki about what they would like to see in that space, and we as a board will be receiving that information. And there's also a youth basketball tournament, 3-on-3 tournament happening tomorrow at the reserve to get that demographic as well. And then we're opening next week engagement with the wider community about what will happen there. So that's really exciting. And that's us.
Excellent. Thank you. That's a really good report. Thank you very much. The Papanui bush is going from leaps to bounds, isn't it? Considering it's hasn't been going that long, so you can really see the growth every time you go there. It's incredible. We'll be full of birds before we know it.
That's it.
Thank you. So welcome for Waipuna Hallswell Hornby Rickerton, Chairperson Helen Broughton and Deputy Mari Polisco. Morena. Wait for Helen to come down. These are great pictures, aren't they? They're really lovely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councillors.
No, I'm just the deputy.
Deputy Mayor and councillors. And thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We're in the stage of a new governance manager, and just sitting here, I think we need to change the orientation of our reports that I have discussed with our new manager. If I could just start off, and then I'll let Marie have half the time. One of the things that has been concerning the board in terms of time is Kāinga Ora, and I think you've probably all been invited to a meeting at Rickerton with Megan Woods on Friday, where they're opening a new complex, and that went down really well in terms of the consultation. So that went well. We've had the issue at Copper Ridge, which you're probably aware of. I'll just skim over that. But that took residents by surprise, where a private developer was handing over the development to Kāinga Ora. And we're going to have a now roundtable meeting with the Hallsville reps, the Kāinga Ora, and Hallsville reps, Kāinga Ora, and some staff, obviously, and also their staff. So it's us and us. Sorry, I haven't expressed this. It's us, Kāinga Ora reps, and residents. And we're just going to see if there's any minor tweaks that can be done, or if, in fact, we can just say, well, this is all we can do, and finish the issue, if you like, from our perspective. They're still reasonably angry. The other Kāinga Ora is the Quaif's land, and you're all aware of that. That has passed over 2 weeks ago into the hands of Kāinga Ora. It was land signalled 2 years ago in the council's possibility of sale of surplus land, and we haven't heard any complaints about that. So that's gone very smoothly. I noticed you passed a large project, the Cycleway South Express, there is a section there that wasn't there, and that's the section that's causing a lot of debate. It's got 5 roads leading into one intersection. It's very dangerous. And at present we've consulted, or we haven't consulted, we've consulted with a small group of residents, and then they've consulted further. So that's still to come through, and at this stage we're going to have further discussions because there's no clear path through that. And obviously in Riccarton and Hornby, the 6 stories planned in Plan Change 13 and 14, and it's time now for people to either cross-submit or in fact do a first submission, but it's cross-submitting. So that's me, Marie.
Right.
Thank you.
Left me 1 minute to to do this. I'll try to breeze through this. First off is the decisions the board has made under delegation. The straightforward to the Orion transformer easement to convey electricity over Kyle Park and to the adjoining Matatiki Hornby Center. And then in the last 5 years, the Conservation Volunteers New Zealand has been using Patterson House Holswell Quarry as their base. It's formerly known as the Holswell Quarry Manager's House. Their lease expires this year, so the board has given them another 5-year extension. Now, the Airport Noise Liaison Committee is operated by the Christchurch International Airport Limited as a requirement under the Christchurch District Plan. And I note that they already have 2 board members from the Waimairo, Fendleton, Waimairi, Harewood Community Board. Now, in their March meeting, apparently there were complaints from Holswell, Wigram, and Rollston areas. So upon request, or they have requested that representatives from the Holswell, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board be nominated. And so the board has nominated Councillor Mark Peters and Community Board Member Debbie Mora to that Airport Noise Liaison Committee with Councillor Sarah Brunton as an alternate. Then we have their approved 3 Youth Development Fund applications, 1 of the Ground Fund application, and 10 Discretionary Response Fund allocations. The next one is big shout out to the staff for initiating this. And now we have the Hornby Youth Council. We already have the Huritini Youth Council. Now we also have Hornby Youth Council. They had their inaugural meeting, and which was held with students from Gilberthorpe School, South Hornby School, and Hornby High School. The next one is the Oak Development Trust. They had their Community Cafe initiative celebrate its 10th birthday anniversary. Common Ground Cafe it's called. And we'd also like to acknowledge that the Oak Development Trust have also received the Prime Minister's COVID-19 Response Recognition Award for their service in support of the national COVID response, COVID-19. And the next is the CDN Community Development Network Trust. Acknowledge their volunteers as well as their supporters. It runs programs for young people out of their Riccarton and Hornby bases. The trust is based in the former Plunkett Rooms in Waikola Avenue. I think we've used up our time. So,
is that the end of your presentation?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's great work happening out there, and I really appreciate you coming in to speak to it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the reports, Melanie and Mark. All those in favour say aye. Aye, opposed. Thank you. We've got a few minutes before the break, so I'm just thinking that we might... Oh, I'm sorry, we just did want to note. You just put that in though, didn't you? Yeah. So we put a note in there, number 2, notes that pursuant to the decision-making authority delegated to community boards, the Waipapa Papanui and his Central Community Board should have considered the parking changes on Gloucester Street and Hereford Street report that was inadvertently heard by Council at its 14th of March 2023 meeting, and the Council apologised for the error. and I think that's something that that board will be pleased to see. So we move now to the council minutes. So we've got 5, 6, 7 and the Audit and Risk Committee minutes 9 and 10. So I'd like to move those all together. Do I have a seconder? Kelly? All those in favour say aye. Opposed? That's carried. And then 11, 12, 13, 14 are the Water Management Zone Committee minutes. Do I have a mover for those? Tim? Seconded. Andre? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. So I think it's probably pertinent now. We're due to break at 11. I think it's probably pertinent if we break now. And we'll come back at 11:10, and we'll go straight into the item 16 at that point. Thank you. 11:10. the community board better off funding criteria. Andre? Process. Matt, is Matt here? Thank you, Matt. You can come to the table, please. Acting Head of Community Support and Partnerships. Good morning.
Kia ora.
Do you want to run through this for us, or are you want to go straight to questions? Have you got?
I'll take it as read, straight to questions.
Okay. Just bring this up. Does anybody have any questions for Matt on this item? It's a fairly clear report. Yep. All right. Do I have a mover? Tim, and seconded Mark. Any discussion? Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We'll go to item 18 now, which is the review of Council's naming policies and draft replacement naming policy. So welcome Ruth and Elizabeth. You want to talk us through an introduction?
Yep, sure. Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're proposing a draft naming policy for community consultation. We've got an updated draft set out in the amended attachment that we've tabled, and councillors will recall community boards have asked for improved guidance around naming. We're not aiming with the policy to change the processes we follow. We're aiming to wrap better guidance around those processes for community boards, for developers and for the community, and also to support names that really have that meaningful and enduring connection with the place. There are a couple of changes outlined in the updated policy, which we've tabled, paragraph 12 and paragraph 14, and we can speak to those if members need additional background. But the proposal is to adopt it for consultation. There'd be a hearings process, and then council would consider a further draft later in the year.
Righto. So is everyone aware of the attachments with the changes in there? We've got questions, one from Sarah, Mel and Andre.
Thanks. Just a quick question on facilities that are operated by, say, Venues Otautahi, someone else that council owns. If a facility has a name that has been resolved by council and is already in existence when it's handed to the other agency, what would be the expectation there? Because it, you know, if we're looking at sponsorships, those kind of things, like if we've already got a resolved name, it's not kind of dealt with in this, and I'm just wondering.
So the policy is focused on permanent names. We're not aiming with the policy to touch on those commercial processes, apart from briefly in paragraph 13 and 14. So there's separate contestable commercial arrangements around naming and sponsorship. I would expect that permanent name is permanent, and there would be, and then the.
But it doesn't talk about whether we could have an extra
yes,
name.
That would normally be the case, wouldn't it? There's a kind of permanent name for a facility.
So, for example, we have the Christchurch Town Hall,
yes,
which never has a sponsorship name. You know, it is just the Christchurch Town Hall, even though it's operated by Venues Otautahi.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering, and yet, you know, I was going to say Horncastle, but it's now Apollo Projects. Oh no, that's the stadium, Apollo Projects, and then there's Brookfields Arena.
I guess I was thinking
they don't have a different permanent name, if you like.
I was thinking of Te Kaha, which has
that's
that permanent
kind of what
name.
I'm getting at, but I didn't want to. Yeah, I just want to say it's a resolved name.
Yes.
There is, I mean, the policy provides for temporary or sponsorship names in that sense. So,
but that wouldn't replace the
no, it wouldn't replace the permanent name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would worry that a resolved name, so like Christchurch Town Hall, for example, if Venues Otautahi decided that it could get some sponsorship for the town hall to save on operating costs or whatever, and it became the, you know, the something hall, then people would stop using Christchurch Town Hall, for example. I don't know.
I think that the requirement for no surprises and would come into play. The council continues to own, is the owner. I mean, and I can't see Venues Otautahi embarking on such a thing without being involved, meeting the no surprises policy, consulting with the council.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe not for the policy, but maybe that's a conversation we could have with VO about that at some point.
It may very well be that it could be a guidance note.
Guidance note, yeah.
Or something like that, if there is a formally resolved name by council, then that is the...
Yes.
Then that is the name.
Because subsequently, if we've formally resolved, then communicating with Venues Otatahi via letters of expectation and the like, that could set out the council's expectation around the resolved name and then any separate commercial process for naming rights.
Okay.
I don't see why they can't work together.
I think we need to just have a look at
All
that.
right.
Yeah,
But it may not form part of this.
Yeah, I think, Councillor, I don't think it prevents you from agreeing the policy if you choose to do so today, but we're
Yeah,
aware
this is
of
for-
the...
yeah.
agreeing the
Thank you.
policy of consultation, yeah. Yes. Sure. Yeah, happy to do that. Mel?
This is good. It had in there guidance around, for instance, like short streets having short names. Now that kind of stuff is good, and we haven't had that guidance in the past. And I actually wonder for some streets we've named if the names are going to be too long and they try to map them, because we haven't had that sort of guidance when the decisions come to the community board, especially when you get a whole list of names that are alternates. So I guess what my question is will guidance come from this policy once it's, once from this guidance into the reports, and then also be verbally told to boards when we're making a decision so we're not contradicting what's in here?
I think the helpful thing about this policy as opposed to the existing policy is that it will support, provide a checklist effectively for the report writers who recommend, so that they can say that it, complies with this, yes. So that is the purpose of it, to be more supportive, so that the advice is clear, that it provides the opportunity for community boards to say, well, that name doesn't seem to fit with, which is one of the things that they were concerned. They have expressed concerns about, not only lack of diversity, but a lack of actual guidance about what's an appropriate name.
Cool, great. Thank you. Andre?
Thank you. I've enjoyed being part of many road namings over the last few years with all the new builds around Hallsville. So many new road names. What I'm hoping to find out is that the process has always seemed pretty good. Factors in things about the local area. We are often ending up with a number of te reo names. What about the guidance is not working as well as it could currently, in your view, that needs to be changed when setting new road names specifically?
I guess the clarity, is like short. I mean, we've just had an example like short names for short roads.
Yeah.
The board for Hallsville previously had raised issues about a lack of diversity in naming. I think in some ways the policy is catching up to the practice. Yes, I guess it makes it clear. I mean, it's not that this occurs very often at all, but the business about not naming a road after someone who is living, and that has arisen at some community boards recently, whereas it's a practice, almost universal practice, that as a rule you don't name a place after a living person. Yeah, so just making it clear that that's not likely to be an acceptable name.
And why would we never name any road after a living person?
Really, it's not never, because this is a guy, this is a policy. So there are, of course, exceptions, but the problem is that there can be a change in people's reputations.
I'd just note that skeletons can come out of a closet, of course, after someone's passed as well. So the risk is always there to an extent. Someone might have passed away 50 years ago. Oh, then you find out about all the things they got up to. they've definitely got a different rule in Texas because there's a Justin Bieber way in Texas, believe it or not. The part on changing road names, so
Yes.
as I understand it, so currently you need agreement from 85% of the street. And so the new policy would remove that requirement. I'm wondering why you wouldn't have just considered maybe requiring 50% or something along those lines. And also, do we have regular occurrences where we need to be changing our road names? And what kind of reasons do we need to be changing them?
No. In fact, as far as I can tell, in the last 5 years, there's one underway, a possible road naming,
Yeah,
but ignoring that, there have been 2 changes to road names in the past 5 years.
Yeah.
And one was a very minor change to the spelling to actually reflect the name of the person it was named after.
Yeah.
And one was a name of a road which the development is only starting, so no one was affected effectively. There weren't. There's very few. We don't want to rename roads because of the difficulties they cause.
No.
residents.
As you said, this is a policy though, and it is going out for consultation. So I think
So if we're not renaming roads, anyone have no desire to. I'm just wondering why there's quite a substantial policy change on this, and why you wouldn't consider just lowering the percentage requirement of street agreement as opposed to removing that requirement altogether.
It's just to make sure other factors are taken into consideration when the renaming decision is considered, and not sort of solely the views of the
Current
community.
residents, for example.
You know, other factors are in the mix, and there isn't a sort of a yes or no opportunity for the community. And obviously community views are going to be one of the factors, but it's just making sure that range of factors are going to be taken into account.
Okay.
Cool, thank you.
Tim.
Yeah, thank you. I was just thinking with regards to if maybe put up the wording for the CCOs just so people, the councils have a better, because it now says to must have regard to.
Yes.
I just thought that it might be a bit easier to do that, because we do have our statement of intent to the CCO is agreed to, and then their statement of intent back to us. So there are some safeguards there if ever there are any concerns with regards to that. But I think it should be. But the comment with regards to when we meet with our CCO with regards to this issue, to have a good discussion with them would be really good, just to set anyone's concerns would be good.
So I've suggested a noting provision so that there is just reinforced guidance before you come to the point of making the decision after you've gone to consultation.
Yeah.
So you put that in then, not now.
Some council.
No, to note that we will
Now?
provide. Yeah. Just as a noting provision,
So you-
not as a
No, are you working on
recommendation.
that, on the wording now? Great,
So it's
thank
up there
you.
now, so that's-
Kelly? Thanks, Tim.
Thanks for clarifying a few things there. As you know, I'm particularly interested in the Kingsbridge Drive, Kingsbridge West conundrum, having gone out there and actually knocked on doors and consulted a lot of the people in those streets. The 85% threshold, in a case like that, would you ask all the people who live in a street named Kingsbridge, either west or...
I'd say it's engagement team practice where you've got something specifically affecting people in terms of their street address. Yes, you would specifically consult with those people who are directly affected as well as the wider community. I believe that's our engagement practice. Yes.
And so just to get 85%, would you sort of propose a change and then ask the opinion looking for the 85% or less? Or... I'm just interested in how you would structure the questionnaire or the question, because I would think that from my experience, probably 50 to 60% of people were keen on this particular change, and there were a lot of others who didn't really care, and there was no one who was opposed. Do you know
So
what I
the
mean?
plan is just to take out that number threshold,
Yeah.
so that we can have a broad range of factors taken into account. But yes, the affected community would always be consulted, including those specific people whose street address is affected. I mean, they may get a door knock and conversation, as well as a specific letter.
Yeah, so you're not going to die in a ditch over the numbers. You're sort of getting a really good impression. Yeah.
In terms of the policy, it doesn't mention a percentage at all.
Oh, okay.
What the issue for Kingsbridge and Kingsbridge West is possibly whether if there is a significant issue in regard to wayfinding. So, can emergency services always go to the right address? You know, is there a lot of confusion? What is degree? It's not a...
Yeah.
The whole point of taking the number out is to get rid of the number as a poll, you know.
Yeah.
You get the change because you cross the threshold. And then even the number is problematic because are you including those people who respond? As we know, many people don't respond. So is it 85% of those people who respond or 85% of people? And, you know, yeah.
That's not useful.
They do respond if you bash on their door. Thanks for that.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Kelly. Tyrone.
Thanks, Pauline. So, with regard to Te Reo names,
yes.
So where they pre-exist,
yes,
and they may have been applied in the past without necessarily consultation with mana whenua or anything like that. Like they would have, you know, where just some broad Te Reo adjectives or nouns were used for street names,
Korwhai
like
Street
Whittle
or
Remove Street,
Waipapa, or whatever. Is there? That's just a just let that lie kind of thing? Is there any kind of sort of revision on that?
What is?
I'm not saying there should be. I'm just kind of interested to see how that will play out.
So mana whenua have clarified the
Yes.
naming they are interested in, and it's not, you know, everything, every
No.
cul-de-sac. It's the particular, I forget the provision, but particular reserves,
Major significant roads.
So that's what they are interested
metropolitan
to engage
facilities.
on, not, you know, a whole lot of other roads, renaming of existing names. That's their area of interest, and that they can resource, really, because they don't have endless resources, and that's what they want to focus on.
Right. So what has been, and
Yes.
let's let them dogs lie and all that sort of stuff kind of thing. Yep. No, that's cool. Okay. Thank you.
Great. So no more questions on that. So as we say, we're approving it for consultation anyway, and Dawn has put
Just pop the noting provision up, please. Oh, it's gone.
noting that the council will be provided advice before a final decision is made regarding a facility that has an existing permanent name and is potentially subject to a commercial sponsorship deal. So I think that's helpful for Sarah.
So, I mean, my question really is it even open to a sponsorship deal for the naming? It's not just providing advice. Do we actually get to...
So I think it's more subtle than that in reality, and I don't think it's appropriate to try and constrain it at this point.
No.
I think we need to have a clear conversation, as Tim has Councillor Scandrett has suggested,
That's what I said
and give you proper
before,
advice.
you know, so if we can have the conversation with VO ahead of this coming back.
That's
that would be
exactly
great.
why it says provide advice before a final decision is made regarding...
Sorry, it looked like a decision on the name as opposed to a name on the decision on the policy. Can we just add in the policy?
Yeah.
After decision.
Because I read it as the name,
no.
not the policy. Yeah.
That's good. That's clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's great. Okie doke. So, have you got a timeline of when this is going out?
There's quite a lot of consultations going out, and so we're going to engage with our engagement team.
Right.
But the intention is to put this policy out alongside the outdoor dining and public places policies. Both of them are public policies about public things, and go out later this month and for, so July,
Yep.
August.
Okay, no, that's great, thanks. Alrighty, is anyone keen to move this?
Happy to move or second. Doesn't matter.
Tyler. No, I think Tyler, you can move this. That'd be good. And seconder, Mark. Is there any discussion or debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Good bit of work on that. So we are up to 19. Am I correct? Yep. Amendments to delegations. And once again, there's an updated attachment on the hub for this one as well. And Miriam. Morning.
Morning.
Do you want to talk us through the highlights of this?
Sure. So this request for a change to the community board delegations came to us from the policy team. So Jenna has been working with the Marylands on the Marylands historic sexual abuse name request changes that have come through, I think, the community board as well as some of the victims. So do you want to speak to?
Yeah, so the community board is considering a change to rename Marylands Reserve. And in terms of the delegations, it became clear that with this particular reserve, it doesn't actually meet the existing delegation that the board has, which is under reserves. It's under the Reserves Act, and that's just really because of the, in a way, slightly complicated legal status of that reserve because it was originally acquired under the Public Works Act. So this change is just seeking to allow our community boards to have that delegation to rename it when it's effectively a park and not under the Reserves Act.
Now moving it. Seconder. Aaron. And Tyler, you have a question?
Yeah. Apologies, my daughter's unwell. She's sitting on me. Just a question around delegations. Does that delegate all community boards to name all parks within our city, or is it just this Maryland's case?
No, it will be for all community boards in the city.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Great. Any other questions? Tim?
Well, the usual course would be to have consultation on it, so that doesn't change at all, does it? So it would be just led by the community board.
Yeah, so the process will be the same as it would be.
Cool.
Reserves. Yeah.
Thank you. Cheers.
Great. All right. Is there any discussion? Oh, another question?
Yeah, it is for, not that you get them very often, but if it's a major metro park, then does that, like, for instance, like if we got another Hagley Park, like we got the third largest inner city park in the world added to our city, then how did the naming go on? Or would that be gifted then by mana whenua when it's a large one like that?
I think the intention with going forward would be that we would adhere to the new naming policy.
Right.
I think, don't know, I can't think of any situations where we've had a new park come in per se, but
Well,
yeah.
Te Kahas, is it a park? It's a stadium, but Lancaster was always a park.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that was gifted. So then, but in the future, would that be only a decision of the community board, or would that be a metro one because it's a gifted name?
Yeah, if it's a metro facility, then it would be
metro.
That was it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. All right. Is there any debate on this? Otherwise, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I'm not going to ask when that's going up. So we've done 20 and 21 Biodiversity Fund applications. Nick, welcome.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So there's 3 projects that will finish off the fund for the financial year just gone. 2 for weed control and one to work on a very rare threatened native broom, all on protected private land on Banks Peninsula this time around. Well, it usually is.
Oh, I'd actually never heard of protected climbing broom.
Well, it's very threatened. Yeah, there's 16 native brooms in New Zealand, and almost all of them are threatened because they have lowlands and alluvial surfaces, which have all been cleared, from trees all the way down to cushions, including vines. And this one's a vine, and it's on Banks Peninsula.
Right. Tim, happy to move it. Tyrone is seconding it. There's no questions? Oh, so Victoria, far away.
Can you confirm that the funding goes directly just to the private landowner, and is there a mechanism in place for the landowner to be reporting back on the application of the funds?
Well, in this case, the funding is going to the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust on behalf of the landowner and QE2 on behalf of the landowner, and yes, there's reporting required throughout the process.
So all 3 of those going to the trust? Because I see we've got 2 A, B and C, so are all 3 of them going to a trust?
2 of them go to the bank. 2 of them go to the QE2 Trust,
Yep.
who will manage it on behalf of the landowner, and then 1 goes to the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, who will manage it on behalf of the landowner.
Thank you.
In fact, there's quite a few landowners involved with multiple covenants, and, so it's multiple landowners. So they're managing on behalf of multiple landowners.
Right. Because it's a partnership fund, isn't it? The private, put in. All right. No other questions? Nothing online? All right, I have a mover. I have. This been moved and seconded. No debate? Is there any debate? I'd just like to say what a fantastic partnership program this is, and I think the Banks Peninsula Community Trust and the Pest Control up there are giving us big heads up for the continued success of these programs, and also using a lot of volunteers to implement them as well. So it's a really good project.
Thank you. They're making a huge difference. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So maybe we get a presentation at some point down the track when there's something to see, to shout out about it. Be really good.
Yep, sure.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are now 22. Am I right?
Now we're going into...
Now we've got the Metropolitan Discretionary Response Fund. And who have we got for that one?
Should be Lexi.
As well.
Okay.
We're just waiting for a staff member. So this is for the Arts Centre application for Kai Whakahaere, Programs Manager. Are you? Okay. Aaron's Kieran's declaring he's sitting back from this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So first of all, just are there any questions on this one? There are no questions. So do we have a mover?
Keen to move.
Who was that? Tyler? And
Sarah to
second, Sarah? Is there any debate? No? Oh, I'll just put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Fantastic. All right. So that takes us into a small PX item we have now. So I'll move that we go into public excluded. Do I have a seconder? That's Kelly. And that's set out on page 214 and 216 of the open agenda of the meeting, and noting that Megan Crum of Christchurch NZ will be in attendance, so we'll just give her a few minutes to get here. So we'll clear the room. Opposed? That's carried. Thanks.
couple of these need to be withdrawn.
Welcome back. We're going to start with the resuming the meeting with the safer neighbourhoods item, and which we deferred before. So that's item 16. No, it is
Item 17.
17. And staff are going to come to the table and give us a quick overview presentation. So I'd like to welcome Gemma, Hannah and Stephen.
So
Hannah, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome. And
Deputy
Dawn would
Mayor,
like to say something.
Deputy Mayor, before staff presenting the detail, I would like to ask Helen White, our Head of Legal, to just give her perspective in terms of the legal position in terms of amendments, etc. In light of a question that was raised by members.
Yes, there's a question raised in relation to a Facebook post and a poll that had been posted on that, and I just wanted to be clear for everyone that councillors are able to speak with their communities, and provided that the communication does not in itself predetermine the outcome.
Okay, Helen. Thank you. All right, the floor is yours.
Thanks. So I'm Gemma Dione, Senior Transportation Engineer, and with me is Hannah Ballantyne, Senior Engagement Advisor, and Stephen Wright, Operations Manager. You've received a couple of presentations on this now at the start of the council meeting when receiving submitters' feedback and at the briefing after, so I will keep this short. The setting of speed limits rule 2022 has changed the way council manage and set speeds. The rule requires all road controlling authorities to develop and consult on a speed management plan. The first full speed management planning period set by the rule is for the 1st of July 2024 to the 30th of June 2027, which aligns with the National Land Transport Programme cycle. The full speed management plan process is preceded by a transitional period where local authorities can utilise interim speed management plans to set speed limits. This interim plan, our Safe Speed Neighbourhoods programme, enables council to share how we manage speed limit changes over this next year prior to that full speed management plan cycle starting. Council is in the process of developing that long-term speed management plan for 2024 onwards, which takes a whole of network approach considering speed limits, safety infrastructure and enforcement. This is to be consulted on later this year. Our interim plan is therefore effectively phase 1 of introducing safe and appropriate speeds on the network. To save lives in our neighbourhoods, we need Christchurch to have a safe road system that is designed for people. We're all human and we can all make mistakes. So we can't stop crashes occurring, but we can change the outcomes of those crashes. Today, we're here to seek approval for our Safe Speed Neighbourhoods proposal for speed management. The science behind speed management is all about survivability. We know that regardless of what caused the crash, the speed at which a person is travelling almost always determines if those involved walk away, unharmed or not. Setting safe and speed limits will result in a number of benefits that allow council to deliver across many strategic goals. A reduced number of people seriously injured or killed on our roads, provide safer walking, cycling or scooter trips to and from school for children and their families, provide more choice for people travelling around their neighbourhood, provide more people with low-cost options for moving around, creating a more inclusive transport network, and enabling people to make healthier choices that we can create a healthier environment with lower carbon emissions and improved air quality. Speed management isn't new for Christchurch, we've done it before. Our Safe Speed Neighbourhoods proposal is focused on reducing speed limits through simply changing signs in the neighbourhoods and around schools across the city. We will monitor following implementation and deliver targeted infrastructure where it is required to support those speed changes. This is an efficient and effective approach to reducing trauma on our streets, backed by local examples. A study found that for every 10 kilometre posted speed limit change, we typically observe a 2 to 3 kilometre change in mean speeds. So reducing from 50 to 30, we could expect a drop of 4 to 6 kilometres in the mean speed of vehicles on our streets. Auckland Transport undertook a study on the first phase of the safe speed limits after they had them in place for 2 years. In the areas covered by lower speed limits, road deaths had fallen by 30%, and in areas not treated with speed limits changes, deaths had increased. In 2016, Christchurch introduced a 30-kilometre zone within the central city. Since the introduction of that, the number of crashes resulting in death or serious injury has also reduced. In the 2-year period from 2020 to 2021, there were fewer than 60% fewer serious crashes than that had been in the 2-year period 2014 to 15 prior to the speed limits being changed. So where does this fit? Previously, we've consulted on speed changes in neighbourhood by neighbourhood or even street by street where requested. The new Ministry of Transport setting of speed limits rule has changed that, and this diagram just provides a further explanation. Our Safe Speed Neighbourhood programme forms the first phase of incorporating a number of existing programmes underway and schools, where there is a requirement to provide safe and appropriate speed limits. Please note that when we say interim, we're talking about an interim plan, not interim speeds. The speeds that you make a decision on today are permanent and would need to be amended through a future speed management plan. Later this year, we will consult on that full speed management plan, which will set a vision for the next 10 years and the first 3-year implementation plan. So what have we consulted on? Schools make up the bulk of the Safe Speed Neighbourhoods proposal. However, a few extra areas were included. The new rule requires Council to categorise all schools following the guidance provided by Waka Kotahi. All Christchurch schools have children using active modes to get to and from school. Therefore, all schools in Christchurch have been categorised as Category 1 schools and will have 30-kilometre speed limits as per the rule, either permanently on local streets or by using variable speed limits on busier roads. Under the rule, a road controlling authority may determine what sections of the road under our control are classified as a road outside a school, having regard to the typical or expected routes for pedestrian access to the school, so originally just outside the front gate, but now the rule allows for the purpose of making people feel safe to walk to and from school or to travel on cycles and mobility devices and encouraging them to do so. Setting safe speed limits around all of our schools improves actual and perceived safety to encourage and enable more active travel to and from school. It also reduces the risk to children and families of being killed or seriously injured while travelling to or from school. This also contributes to 2 levels of services set by Council, reducing the number of death and serious injury crashes on the local road network and limiting death and serious injury crashes per capita for cyclists and pedestrians. Therefore, the proposals that were consulted on not only include the area outside the school gate, but where children were travelling to and from school and back again within their community. The Council included in the long-term plan a programme called Slow Speed Neighbourhoods, which was provided with a specific budget to deliver 5 slow speed neighbourhoods per year for 3 years. We've delivered 5 areas and have 10 to implement this financial year as the budget in the LTP finishes this year. Implementing the approved speed limit changes associated with the CRAF Fund. These include the areas in Richmond, Linwood, Woolston and Sydenham, Summerfield, Waltham and Beckenham. These are fully funded by the Crown. As Council can seek 90% funding through the CEF programme, an area of school zones has been packaged up for delivery as well through this programme. We see an opportunity for efficiency to be made with new subdivisions being designed and signed as per safe and appropriate speeds in the recently released Speed Management Guide. This will mitigate the need for Council to then go and consult and change these retrospectively. They can be done as the development is being built. Although rural roads are not the primary target of this interim plan, Banks Peninsula as a collective area has only a few remaining roads to undergo speed limit changes in order to complete the area entirely. We are taking this opportunity to keep the momentum going and tie up the loose ends in this plan as a result. It is important to note that just because we aren't addressing some roads, it doesn't mean they won't get addressed at all. The full speed management plan will look to review these areas and also the remaining neighbourhoods as a priority, given the feedback that we've received from our Safe Speed Neighbourhood proposal. We consulted on the plan with an interactive map During consultation, this map was viewed more than 25,000 times. Consultation feedback. So we received 2,008 comments that were made by 1,139 unique businesses, organisations and individuals. 24% clearly stated their support for the changes, 11% opposed, and the remaining 66% were observations or specific requests. Many of these requests, mostly for zone extensions, enforcement, traffic calming measures, or requests for lower speeds than what was proposed. As usual, we've made changes as a result of consultation feedback and gathered additional feedback to ensure this was supported by the community. So in addition to the schools, we have 10 neighbourhood areas that are funded through the Slow Speed Neighbourhood Program, which are on the left, and on the right were some additions that were made post-consultation and that we undertook additional consultation on with the public in those areas. And here's just a map to show the different neighbourhood areas spatially. So they are set in purple. The red area is the surf area, and the green areas are the craft areas. All the orange streets are those associated with school speed limit changes. So that's the end of the presentation. We can take questions.
Dawn wants to say a couple of words first.
Gemma, I thought that was an excellent presentation, extremely clear and specific in terms of the report, so well done.
Thanks.
Thank you, I agree. Right, we'll open it up for some questions. Sarah?
Thanks so much. So one of the main requests I've had from people and a lot of stuff in the ward has been actually to extend some of these areas, and I know that a couple of things happened during the process based on feedback early enough to get some feedback from people. But I just want to reassure people that if they've asked for an extension and it hasn't been done now, that will be consulted on later in this year, and you'll take into account all of those requests when proposing the next stuff.
Correct. So when we consult on the speed management plan later this year, those amendments, those requests will be shown on the map for inclusion in the next speed management plan.
Yeah, and the plan's focused around schools, so primary schools and high schools. Next time round, will we specifically look in more detail at preschools as well?
Yes, that has come through the submissions. There was, I think, one preschool. I think someone asked for the 30k, and there's over 300 likes for that. So we've tried to incorporate as many as we can now within the school streets. But yes, following feedback from council as well, we can definitely take a look at those in the next speed management plan.
That's great. Thank you,
Victoria.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a lot of information to take in, and I appreciate that you've been scrambling in the last 24 hours to get some more information. Can I just get some clarity, please, around how much of what's happening under the new rule is mandatory and where the discretion is, please?
Yes. So mandatory is the schools. The rule, Section 5 of the rule, allows for the road controlling authority to determine what they class as a school street. So we've looked at where... That's okay. It's okay. So we've looked at areas around the schools where we think children will be travelling. If there's a big main road, then we could say, well, actually, it's more of a journey that a parent would take, and that would be a supported journey. So we've tried to have the scope around schools taken into consideration the neighbourhood. The ones that are really up for more conversation are the neighbourhoods, so the areas identified in purple, which is more of a long-term plan commitment that was considered and requested by council. And then the craft areas and the surf areas, although both of those do cover large areas of multiple schools. So we would have to further break down the surf and craft areas if you were just looking to approve school areas.
Okay, so just drilling in a little bit further, when I read 3.7 of your report at page 168 on our papers, it says that the safe and appropriate speed for a local street is 30 kilometres an hour. So does that mean that every street within our city, which is classified as a local road, is required to be at 30?
So it's not required as part of the rule. The rules isn't that specific. So Waka Kotahi were mandated to provide the safe and appropriate speed limits for the different road classifications. And as part of signing up, I guess, as to Road to Zero and our own levels of service of reducing death and serious injury on our network, that council would look to align with those safe and appropriate speed limits. But we're also cognizant that some of the community might not be there yet. So the rule and the guide do allow for transition to 30 kilometres an hour on local streets. So hence the 40 kilometres in some of the neighbourhoods that are probably that bit older, the streets are a bit wider, and that aren't necessarily immediately, I guess, aware to a driver that it's a 30 kilometre an hour street. So we did have some of those 40k zones in there, and then ultimately towards the end of the 10-year plan, we could go back and reassess those to get those to safe and appropriate speed limits. So yes, long-term goal would be local streets be 30, main roads be slightly higher, and then your busier roads.
So can I just clarify, there's some discretion then around the interim measures and that transition that you refer to, and you talk then about the long-term goal being 30. Is it a goal or is it a requirement? That's what I'm trying to get to.
So it's for schools, and what the Road Controlling Authority determines as a school street under the rule should be 30. That's the safe and appropriate speed limit around schools. Outside of that, we could say if it's not, if we don't class that street as a school street, then we could go to 40, and then ultimately 10, 15 years time, you could look again to make that 30.
Look, I'm clear about the schools. It's the local roads and the neighbourhood areas that I haven't got clarity on that. I'm sorry. I don't know whether I'm missing something here. I'm just trying to understand. From what you've told us today is that over this transition period, we have some discretion around the 30, 40, 50, but that ultimately, after we've been through that 10-year plan, all local roads are required to be 30. That's my reading of the law under the new rule under the Land Transport. What is it? The Land Transport Act. So have I read that correctly?
I think it is. It would be at our discretion, or your discretion as elected members. We're making recommendations for 40k and 30k limits in those areas, but there is discretion allowed in that space.
So in 10 years' time, some of those streets could still be 40?
Yes.
Thank you. I do have another couple of questions, thanks. Can I have some clarification in terms of how much of this project is funded by central government via Waka Kotahi, and how much, or other means, and how much by our ratepayers, please?
Correct. So the school speed limit changes are being funded by Waka Kotahi at 51%. The CRAF areas are being 100% funded by the Crown. The surf areas would be 90% funded by Waka Kotahi, and the neighbourhoods we've got in front of Waka Kotahi for 51% funding.
And in terms of ongoing maintenance, the paper that we have before us says that the cost will be funded over the area maintenance contract. So what are the cost implications from year to year of the changes that we've got coming ahead of us?
So when the speed limit signs are put in, we don't expect to undertake any maintenance in the first couple of years, because they're signs, they would have been constructed as per our specifications. I did speak to maintenance. We generally would be looking at around 1% of all of the signs that would require maintenance per year ongoing from that. We haven't yet completed detailed design to understand how many actual signs that we've got at the minute. We've got an estimate for what we undertook, our high-level cost estimates for the program, but that needs to be refined, and then we would be able to understand more about how much that 1% would actually look like and the cost associated with that. So I can't give you that information.
One of the main benefits of doing area-based speed limits is you can actually have a reduction in signage, because you don't need to re-sign every speed limit change. So if you have an whole area that's consistently 40 or 30, the actual maintenance costs will probably reduce because there'll be less signage out there.
But isn't the reality that if we're transitioning over time, we're spending money on signs now, and those signs are going to be taken down, and then we spend more money on putting up a new sign at some stage within the next transition period? So although there may not be costs associated with maintenance of the new signs, the reality is that within 1 to 3 years, the number of those new signs are going to be changed anyway. So there'll be additional costs associated through that transition period.
I think whatever gets approved today, I don't think we'd be looking. I don't think that those speed limits will change over 1 to 3 years. They may do in 10 years' time, or if there's a specific requirement, or there's lots of people who are against it and lots of noise around something, we may look to do individual changes. On the whole, we wouldn't be looking to change anything.
Thank you. So whilst we're still on costs, I'm just conscious of what's been in the media recently around Wellington City Council and their 30 speed zones and the mistakes that were made with their cost-benefit analysis. Unless I'm missing something, I haven't seen a cost-benefit analysis for Christchurch City Council. Is there one somewhere in the paperwork somewhere that can be shared with us?
No, there isn't a cost-benefit analysis. There's no requirement from Waka Kotahi to provide a cost-benefit analysis for funding the speed limit changes. The interim plan's fully aligned with the government policy statement on land transport, and aligned with the intent of the speed management guide. So council are working towards implementing safe and appropriate speeds. At a national level, the Road to Zero Speed and Infrastructure Programme business case for Aotearoa estimated that the speed management and infrastructure improvements could deliver approximately half of the 40% reduction in death and serious injuries. So council hasn't undertaken a cost-benefit analysis. It's on the understanding that we're working and aligning towards what Waka Kotahi are seeking, so therefore we didn't actually need to do one.
Yep, thank you for that. My final two questions. The first one is around engagement. What percentage of our population in Christchurch has engaged with this proposal, and how satisfied are you that the feedback we've got is a fair and a true and accurate representation of all of our road users?
We're very satisfied with the level of engagement for this project. We met all the requirements of the Local Government Act. On paper, this project is considered to be of medium significance. This is because we're implementing government direction, and our ability and the ability of our residents to influence change to that direction is relatively low. These are safety initiatives for the benefit of our communities. We recognise that this project had the potential to generate some public interest, so we invested significantly more time and resource into our communications, marketing and engagement. As we talked about in the presentation, we had more than 25,000 views of the map. Not all of those people chose to make a comment, but that's the nature of consultation and the democratic process. It's not compulsory. For that reason, we don't aim to hear from a percentage of the population. That would be for market research or a referendum. This is consultation where we make our best endeavours to make people aware of the opportunity to have their say. We use multiple channels to reach people, and in this instance we had a marketing budget of around 35,000, which created excellent reach into our communities. That's a very generous budget for a medium significance project where we're implementing on a government direction. For comparison, it's very similar to what we'd be spending on an annual plan, where residents have a much more significant opportunity to influence decision making.
I think what I'd say also, for the next stage of the speed management plan, we would welcome feedback on the consultation process to see how we could improve it and get a wider view.
Thank you for that. I accept that staff have gone to great lengths and worked really hard on this over a reasonable period of time, so no disrespect to what's been undertaken. I was just interested in your thoughts on that. My final question then is really around the evidential basis of the changes. And in your report at clause 5.5, you reference that an independent review of vulnerable road users, trauma and effectiveness of speed management has been completed. Now, I might have missed it, but have we been provided with that report, or are what we're seeing is simply your interpretation and your analysis of the results that have been presented in that study, that review?
So the study is currently still ongoing. I asked the independent consultants to provide some initial feedback, which I've put into the report, but I'm hoping to get it finalised so before we go out for our next speed management plan that we have that data available for the community to read.
So
Thank you very much, and apologies for my phone going off.
just for a point of clarity, Gemma, you sought the advice of the independent person, and that is their advice in the report. It isn't an interpretation of their advice from yourself.
No, that's the information provided by them.
Thank you very much.
Right, Tyler. And Jake.
Yeah.
Are you there, Tyler?
Yeah, is that?
Right, here we go.
Can you turn your mic on, Tyler?
Is that working?
We've got you. Yeah.
Great. Apologies for my sick daughter yet again. Her mum's on the way. Just a couple of quick questions. I'm wondering if I'm able to ask questions of the amendments.
We're not quite there yet, I think. Can we just get questions in terms of the presentation, and we will come back to you when we get to the amendments, if that's all right?
Okay, so even staff's feedback of the amendments, I just
well, we'll
maybe
get
I'm
to
missing
that.
it.
We will get to that. Don't worry.
Okay.
We haven't put them yet. So, do you have anything?
Okay, no
you want
worries.
to ask staff now. Are you okay?
No. It's more for the elected members and staff asking about the amendments themselves. So that's cool.
That's
We'll
great.
get to you.
Jake.
Oh no, I didn't have
You
a
okay?
question of a substantive. I do have a question of amendments though when we get to it.
Thank you.
So, Kelly, did you have one?
Yep, I do. Yeah, thanks for that. Really interesting. Totally supportive of the changes around schools. However, if we were to say no based on not wanting to lower speeds in the surrounding communities, what would the ramifications of that be if this council voted no today to that? Would it be forced upon us by central government, by Waka Kotahi down the track?
I don't think anyone's tested that yet. I think if it didn't go through as it currently stands today, we would look to possibly reduce the amount of streets around schools so that we could actually achieve the requirement of the rule for the 40% by the end of 2024. It would probably require further consultation where we've created an expectation that the 30 kilometre an hour zones are quite large around the school areas currently. So that would have to require some further communication with the community. But I don't think anyone's tested Waka Kotahi's powers yet in terms of not delivering, because we're not at 2024 yet.
But just for clarity, you extended those zones because of the early engagement.
Yes, so some
What
zones
people
were
wanted.
extended.
Yeah.
Yes, so I think to condense those, if we were just trying to get closer to the schools, it would require further communication with the communities.
Okay, because when I look at the maps in some areas, it's like it feels like there's an overreach. It's a lot wider. So, for instance, just looking at Parklands, which is next to my area, I see that the 30k proposal extends a long way away from the school, like kilometres away. And I don't quite understand that. I'm just trying to get some clarity around why that is. Yeah.
So with the Parklands area, there were some requests for extending the 30 kilometre an hour zone. The issue with Parklands is trying to define areas where it makes logical sense to change the speed limits, and then because of the two schools are, I guess, fairly separated, that then it becomes this area in the middle where it's unclear to a road user what speed that we're wanting them to travel at. So with Parklands, it did get that broader area because of just trying to accommodate different, I guess, cognitive awareness of a driver that they're changing through multiple speed zones within smaller areas. So it was just the nature of the street network in Parklands that it did grow.
And just another question. So why was 30 kilometres chosen and not, say, 20? Is there any particular, information around that?
I don't have any. Councils work towards the safe and appropriate speed set within the speed management guide produced by Waka Kotahi, and 30 kilometres is the survivable speed that's been tested internationally. So I guess that's their rationale for choosing 30.
And just around the statistics, are you aware of how many pedestrians have been hit in Christchurch, say over the last year or the last couple of years?
So
I did read some stats in there, but yeah.
Yeah, so the in-depth analysis is being undertaken, and I think, what do we have here? The highest category of crashes for CCC are cyclists, representing 61% of the analysed Christchurch scaled vulnerable road user injury crashes, while pedestrians represent 18% and motorcyclists 21%. So I only have those percentages, but the deep dive into more of our crashes and the effect of speed in the crashes is still being undertaken.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I'm just trying to understand the need for it. If there were, lots of pedestrians being hit and run down, or children in particular, I could understand it better. Like I say, really understand it around schools, but yeah, I just don't see the connect between the number of people being hit and the need to put the speed limit down to 30k for vast areas of our city.
So that's obviously for when you get to debate, Councillor Barr, because
Sure,
that's your
sorry.
opinion.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
Anyway.
one thing to note would be, as a simple way that I tried to think about it, is just being proactive. So through our tickets, we hear, are you waiting for someone to get injured, or are you waiting for someone to die? And this approach means that no, we're actually proactively trying to not have those things happen on our network.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Celeste.
First of all, thank you for the great work you've done. I've certainly had lots of positive feedback, and it's really great to see this work go ahead. I just want to ask you some questions around areas that are sort of perhaps in terms of socio-economic areas that might be a bit more reliant on walking and other modes of transport. So families that might not have cars, such as Linwood, parts of Parkland, New Brighton. Is it safe to assume that in those areas, kids might have to, they might not live next to the school, so they might have to travel further, so it's really hard to determine which is the zone that kids will be walking across? So, for example, would it then be appropriate to look at a wider area to cover for lower speeds, to ensure that those kids could get to school safely?
Yes, I think ultimately through the speed management plan, and as Victoria alluded to, Councillor Henstock alluded to before, is that all of those local streets will eventually become that lower speed, so children can move around their neighbourhood safely, whether they're going to their friend's house or to school. The longer journeys by bicycle, we've got the major cycleway network, and the lower speeds on local streets will also form a secondary network for people to feel safe and comfortable riding their bicycle. Yes, there were gaps around some of the eastern area as we consulted. I think that's just because of the lower number of schools in certain areas, but the speed management plan will look to address a lot of the eastern side and a lot more of the hillside communities that have not been part of this interim plan.
So just for those that are listening that are looking for more changes in those areas, as Councillor Timmerton alluded to before, they can look forward to that happening as well as part of the next tranche of work?
Correct.
Great. And just final question. In general, I look at the consultation feedback and there was strong support across those eastern suburbs for these changes. Great.
I agree
Thank you.
with that.
Thanks, Celeste. Tyler?
Kia ora. Just a couple of questions regarding the, referring to page 172 on the agenda. In the Riccarton area, you have quite a few deferrals to the speed management plan. Can you talk to me on the basis of why you defer the Wharenui school zone with the extension of, which is including the south of Riccarton Mall?
Yes, so the extension to the Wharenui school zone was looking at Division Street and Linden Street. That did require additional consultation as it was separate to what was in the original plan. We thought it would be better to look at the whole area around Westfield Mall South to Blenheim Road as more of a holistic plan, and then consult on that as part of the speed management plan for implementation within the first few years of that speed management plan.
Oh, that's a great idea. So you're actually wanting to consult more and maybe wrap around a bit more around the Westfield Mall precinct?
Correct.
Okay. No, that's fine. I did request to ask if Dean's Ave could be reviewed as a part of that SMP between years 1 and 3. Are you able to add that at all? Because there were some Dean's Ave precinct residents that were giving feedback on the dangers of it, particularly around the speed management profile, but also the transient communities that come through Dean's Ave. Would you be able to add that to a list of maybe looking into a review of consultation for the Dean's Ave precinct?
Yes, that's absolutely fine. We received your email through Office of CE with that request on, so that's included in the next SMP engagement process.
Great. So I won't need to have an amendment or anything. It's already being underway.
Correct.
Okay. No, that's really good. It's clarified everything. Thank you very much for your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You would have picked that up through the submission process anyway. So we've got Aaron next.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. The first one's regards to 1.2, just over schools being 40% of schools by 2024 and all the remainder by 2027. Given that this, I mean, some of us have been lobbying to government for a set speed around schools since ever we've been elected. Now we can do it, but we're not. It's going to take till 2027. Why is there not just a blanket rule across the whole country that now that we're allowed to do it, that outside every school, the same distance as we have now, so we don't have to do all of this other stuff. We just go, bar your measurements around every single school, 30k an hour. By the end of the year, it's all delivered. Why is that not the plan? Because how do we explain to a parent in 2 years' time who has a child run over outside
Aaron,
of school?
let them answer the question before you go into the detail of how the child's going to reach its demise.
Okay.
Stephen.
So we've consulted on all of the schools now so that we can just get into implementation. We anticipate delivering before 2027. So whilst there's the 40% by 2024, if this gets approved today, we move into detailed design, tender and construction, the funding's there for us to be able to deliver this as quick as possible outside the schools.
So why would we consult with the schools? Would we just not go outside every school's 30k? So every driver goes, oh, there's a school, I'm doing 30k. So it's just a standard rule.
We're just working towards the guidance that we've been provided by Waka Kotahi. We haven't been involved in how or why the speed limits are being set the way they are.
We're probably required to, aren't we, under the Local Government Act? Does that apply to this?
But if there's no choice by 2027,
I know.
Why?
Consultation was about making sure that the zones were right. So we wanted to talk to the school community specifically and say, what do you classify as your school area? And you'll see on the map in Bigtincan, all the school zones are a little bit different because for some schools, they classify a couple blocks as their regular used school area versus others, which is more the front gate.
Does this not slightly go against Waka Kotahi's position that consistency creates compliance? Because if you use the same rule everywhere for everyone, people you get the behaviour. But if it changes, it's like, oh, it's a rural school, cool, I can go a bit faster. Oh, it's a high school, that's 40. No, here's a primary school, it's 30. I mean,
yeah. So for this interim plan or stage 1 of the plan, we are actually including all schools. So all schools are included in what the plan is in front of you today. And then we just need to work on, depending on what's approved, how we implement them over the next year or so.
Right.
So we're asking for you to approve speed limit changes outside all schools within Christchurch City Council boundaries today. If that's approved, we would prioritise.
So those numbers in 1.2 are just
those numbers are what the
Waka
speed
Kotahi
management
numbers,
guide.
not your numbers.
Yep.
No. Right.
We've taken a active decision to try and do all schools as quick as possible.
Yeah. So the 40%,
Done within a year. Okay,
the 40% isn't a ceiling. It's you've got to meet that and go beyond. Effectively, is it
We're
not?
going beyond.
And we're going beyond.
Right, yeah, just an easier sell to the public when we're doing all schools within a year to 30k.
So the officers are clear.
But it is still about taking people with us on this journey, Aaron, because nobody wants to be
I don't think
top-down
there's-
instructing. It's about consultation also explains to people a bit of the why, which is really good for actually getting compliance.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, there's been certainly no pushback anywhere.
Any further questions?
Around schools? Yes, plenty. So
plenty. How many?
1.9 is so it's got down. It's a medium significance policy, and we had 1,139 submitters putting in just under 2,000 submissions. So that's less than 0.5% of our population.
Again, we don't look at percentage of the population. We can inform people about the ability to have your say, but we can't force them to submit.
So we're not
I
worried
think
that
that
we're
was
making
just
this
answered in the
major.
last question anyway. That's reasonably high feedback, especially when you compare it to our annual plans.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with the number.
You only do what we can do. Like you say, people don't have to submit. So another question, Aaron?
Well, as long as if we think everyone knows about it, then that's good. But
We try.
sit in the camp that might question that. 5.5. So this is an interesting one that we've got. It says 34 fatals over 5 years. So firstly, of the 34 fatals over 5 years in 5.5, how many were fatals because the law wasn't being obeyed? So speed limit could have been 30, but if the person that hits you is doing 130, it's still not going to be a good outcome, or they're in a stolen car or whatever. How many of those, and I've already asked this, but do we know those numbers?
So Aaron, I think there's outstanding evidence of staff that already explained that reduced speeds reduce damage to people. So I think we're just going to leave it at that rather than delve into the weeds to get the
so you're
exact
saying
numbers.
if we post it at 30k now, no one will go down that street at 100. Is that what happens? Because statistically...
No, I think that's being disingenuous. Have you got another question, or I'm going to go to Jake?
Okay, well then the next one is 5.6, which has the 74 deaths between 2018 and 2022. So over the same 5-year period, we've got a completely different number. Why is that?
So within the crash analysis system, that's the reported crashes. There is the crash analysis system only generally collects around 51% of vehicle crashes. It doesn't include for all of them. So there are under-reporting factors provided by Waka Kotahi.
It's not under-reporting deaths, though, is there?
So no, the fatalities are generally all reported, but not all serious crashes are reported, especially if it involves a single person or there's just no vehicle involved. So the hospital admissions rates are generally higher, but the crash analysis system doesn't report on those.
Right.
So
That explains the discrepancy.
There are discrepancies.
So any more questions?
No,
Tyrone
because
is waiting
5.5's got 34 fatals, and that same 5-year period as 5.6 has got 74.
Which
That's
one do you prefer?
Sorry, Councillor.
One's too many, isn't
So
it?
I'm just trying to work out which... Yes, one is too many,
Yeah.
but
so
30 more than the others, way too many.
I think
Sorry,
that's just been
Councillor.
explained.
The 30 number is just fatals. The other number is death and serious injury crashes.
Great, thank you.
But it says this includes 74 deaths and 651 serious injuries. So it's either it's a death or it's not. It says in here it's a death. If everyone else is okay with the numbers being so out, that's cool. We'll call ourselves Wellington. But I don't like those numbers being so far out.
No,
when we're making decisions on this, because deaths on the road
Aaron,
are very
just let
emotive.
staff respond.
So we will get that clarified as part of the finalising the independent analysis of the crashes.
Thank you.
Cool. And then on 6.1, it says that the emergency services here says that they support the speed reductions in 6.1, but in 6.9 they don't.
So when we're talking about emergency services, there's the police, FENS and St John's.
Yeah.
We've had ongoing dialogue with the police around the Safe Speed Neighbourhoods program.
Mm-hmm.
They support it. I mean, even recently they were out on Hallswell Junction Road taking speed surveys, and there was quite a high proportion of people speeding. So they're very supportive of things that reduce death and serious injury on a network. The emergency service that had the concern was fire and emergency, that had concerns around the journey time responses. They have an internal policy that states that they cannot travel a certain kilometres an hour over the posted speed limit. There's nothing in the rules to say that they can't change that. But as part of our speed management plan, we've had FENS and the emergency responders at the table to help us prepare the speed management plan that's going out for consultation. So they're in the conversation now, not just as a stakeholder, but more of as a supporting contributor to our speed limit changes.
Thank you.
Right, yeah, because it had in here that the answer in here in 6.11 says that there's no speed limit for them, yet FENS staff are told 25 as a guide, police are told 30 as a guide. So
these are internal operational policies that FENS have, is it not? That's
correct.
What you've just clearly said.
Yes.
It's not a law. Okay. Is that all, Aaron?
Yeah, there's one other that's missing. That's in the and it's been raised as the cost benefit analysis, but also we don't have any breakdown of the cost of the lost productivity of the increased travel time. And I note that the Wellington report said that travel times are expected to increase by up to 50%. So why would that not be in here when it has such a big impact on our economy and people's lives, which can then lead to bad behaviour?
I can just have a second.
Staff have any comment to that? I know that Simon Kingham's submission said that the slower speed zones do not cost any significant time.
Correct.
It's a perception, isn't it?
It is a perception. Most of the delay that occurs in journey times on the network will be around your traffic lights and general congestion rather than the actual posted speed limits. Where we're looking at speed limit changes on the local streets, it's not anticipated that these are used for major commercial traffic. So these are where people live, it's accessing homes, it's where children will be walking to school. So these streets aren't necessarily the bulk of the network where couriers and commercial freight that needs to get to and from the port are using. So in terms of our speed management plan, the main roads will have a variable limit, so it's just during those school times. But the actual local streets that form the bulk of this are really not streets where we want to encourage a lot of commercial traffic to be using.
Thanks, Gemma.
If I could just clarify that data as well that you were talking about earlier. The number of deaths, that's 74, that's the number of deaths. And then the 34 was the number of fatal crashes. So within one crash, yes, yeah, sorry. So clarify that. Sorry.
Thank you. Well done. Tyrone? And then I think, Sarah, you were happy to move this, aren't you?
Thanks, Pauline. I've got a couple actually. So one's Uber specific. So on the table on attachment A, you've got a couple of streets there that are listed as Diamond Harbour Township, but one's in Little River and one's in Devotials. And I just want to double check. I mean, one of them is Devotial School Lane, which is listed as proposed for 30, which is fine because A, it's next to a school, and B, it's a dead end, so anybody driving any faster down there needs their head read. But on Western Valley Road, like, I just want to check that the fact that you've assessed it as Diamond Harbour hasn't affected the speed that you've assessed for it.
No, it'll
that
be on
makes
the
sense.
maps, and what's in the interim plan, Western Valley Road at Little River is for Little River School. It's not Diamond
Oh, yeah,
Harbour.
it is. Yep. No, that's cool. No, that makes sense. Second, which is a bit more general, but for the roads on Banks Peninsula that service the eastern bays effectively. So I mean, they're all 100 at the moment. Now I know that there's a really strong community feeling that, like, well, what idiot's going to drive at 100 around there anyway? So why do you need to change it? Now that's okay. So I understand that, but there aren't really any signs at the moment that say, oh, it's 100 here. Like, people just know that it's open road and that. If it's reduced to 60, which is probably the speed that most people, again, is quite hard to get up to a lot of the time, are we going to see a proliferation of signage across the peninsula, or how's that going to be communicated?
So we only need to sign where there's a change in speed limit. So if a lot of the streets in Banks Peninsula go to 60, you could actually just reduce the amount of signs, because unless you see another sign, you drive to the speed limit that you saw on the previous sign. So we don't anticipate putting a lot of more signs out on the peninsula. Would probably just be changing the ones that were there if they needed to be changed.
So I mean, if you're coming up State Highway 75 to the hilltop going 80, well, you'd be lucky to get up to 80 there, but anyway, but it is 80, and you're going to transition into the Summit Road. There's no sign there currently, as far as I can remember. Is there suddenly going to be a sign that says 60?
Correct. If it transitions from 80 to 60, we would have to put up a sign.
But that might be the only sign that you see.
Correct.
All the way to Le Bon's Bay or whatever. Like, you might not see another sign, right?
No, we don't necessarily have to put repeaters up. We can when it's over 50 kilometres an hour. We generally use repeaters for 50 to 100. But we would, again, monitor that post-implementation, and if we needed to put up another sign, we could. But the initial proposal is just to put them at the change points and then monitor it from there.
So signage is really going to be kept to as minimal a level as possible, because there's an awful lot of roads there.
Correct.
An awful lot of distance.
I think the officer, Tyrone, has made that really clear.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, that's good. That's all. Cheers.
Right, so no more questions. So Sarah has moved it. Is there a seconder? Celeste? And so we've got the recommendations. They haven't been moved yet.
No, they haven't been moved. I think we need to ask.
No, it's not done.
So these are apparently been withdrawn.
So it's just the two taken out, is it? H and I.
So I think it's appropriate that you ask Deputy Mayor.
So we have an amendment that's been put up by, is it Victoria, and seconded Andre, is that correct?
Yep.
Is that correct? Are you moving this amendment?
Yeah, I am wanting to move the amendment. I haven't had an opportunity to liaise with Councillor Moore over this because it was just put on our desk as we walked in.
Well, so are they not your amendments? Did you write them?
So these were drafted in response to the requests that the councillors had put in. So they were drafted so they would be formal amendments and would make sense and be consistent with it. So it was what you had requested, and then they were drafted as appropriate amendments.
The question that I had put to the OCE was whether it would be possible to reflect, have an amendment that reflects the difference between the school zones and the neighbourhood zones. And I think what we've got here is that, and I wonder if that can just be confirmed by staff or the OCE, that what we've got here means that we can vote separately on approving the change in zones around schools, and then we can vote separately for the neighbourhood areas. And if that's what's reflected in there, then that was my intention.
Correct. So the resolutions in front of you would allow you to vote on each of the different neighbourhoods. if you wanted to include them or exclude them, rather than doing it as a whole neighbourhood, removing all the neighbourhoods from this. You would vote on each individual neighbourhood for inclusion or not.
So you mean A to N in here?
Yes.
Excluding H and I. And so is this actually, this is retaining the school areas but reducing the zone that you extended out from these ones?
So this includes the school zones, but it would exclude the purple areas on the map that's on the presentation. And it would also exclude the additional areas that were consulted on after the main consultation period.
Yes.
So the likes of Redcliffe, Heathcote. I think there was 2 streets in Fendleton and 1 in Papanui.
Yes.
So can I clarify, please, then what my request was? I'm just slightly confused with your answer there. I've asked whether we can vote on the streets around the school zones as a separate, and then I just simply asked for a vote on not approving the rest as one lump, as one bulk. But you've taken it further now and you've broken all that down into the different zones. Okay, thank you.
So to address this, if this amendment was put and passed, these would be pulled out of the main resolution and we could then vote on the rest of the resolution as it is, but these would not be in it.
Correct. And then I think you would have to re-vote on an amended primary resolution for the,
you'd say the substantive would then exclude these areas that have been already voted on if it was to pass. Tim?
Just to clarify, Whakatahi has said that there should be 30 k's in front of schools. So what Councillor Henstock has said is want to put the schools separate to the neighbourhoods, but we actually don't have a say. And I've been battling, as Aaron said, for over 10 years to get safe speed in front of schools. So I'm more than happy with 30 k's. And if they'd only take out U-turns, but I'll stop there. So we can't actually vote no to schools because it's being dictated to us, which is I'm totally 100% approval of.
Yep.
So I don't quite understand how we can.
So the zones that have been separated out are small neighbourhoods that don't have a school within them. They're more on the periphery of Christchurch, and that really is your long-term plan slow speed neighbourhood program that you would be not passing today, but it is on the understanding that it would be reconsulted on as part of the speed management plan.
Tyler first. Okay, so shall we open it up for questions to staff on the amendment that Tyler indicated he has one, and then Sarah
and Kelly.
Tyler.
I think I'm pretty clear. I just wanted to understand the premise of why you'd take out exclude the neighbourhoods.
So the staff recommendation is to still include the neighbourhoods, to accept the interim speed management plan as a whole, which would allow us to start delivering and also then to start engaging on a full speed management plan. The requests for removing the neighbourhoods, the resolutions were prepared following a request from Councillor Henstock.
So I knew that. It was more about asking the movers really why the neighbourhoods would be excluded.
Victoria, are you moving the amendment?
I am moving the amendment, but I haven't understood the question.
Tyler, can you ask the question again to Councillor Henstock?
Can you clarify why you're excluding the neighbourhood zones?
Oh, well, I was going to leave that.
Or why you propose to exclude?
Yeah, I was going to leave that for my debate, but essentially this is, I have no issue with the slow speeds around the school zones, but I am struggling with the extension into the neighbourhood zones that don't have schools around them. And I'm sure you don't want to hear a whole debate from me at the moment, but I'm just conscious that there's a number of councillors that have indicated they're very happy to support the school slow zones, but not the encroaching into the other neighbourhood areas. So I'm just trying to differentiate between the two.
Thanks, Victoria. Do you have another question, Tyler? Was that it?
I do, but I need to think about how I ask. Is Andre? Are you a part of that? I guess are you of the same mind?
Of those neighbourhoods listed here, I don't have any strong views one way or the other. So if that helps.
So with your amendment, seeing if they align is.
My amendment's there that's very specific. That's just in response to the area was extended based on a singular comment, but the comment was about a different area to the one that's been included in the 30 zone. So this is just retaining the 40 zone in the area where we didn't receive any comments expressing support for lowering to 30, if that makes sense.
Which one is that one?
That's very specific. That's the Councillor Moore one.
Okay.
But
okay.
Yeah.
So there were other submissions across the city around broad strokes around how everything should be this, should be that. I guess that's what the staff were standing on. Is that correct, staff?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So for example, if they're not targeted, if the feedback isn't targeted to one street, but they're looking at, I guess, blanket speeds of 30s and 40s in certain zones, would that be the reason why you would include those in the speed management plan? So saying if it's not targeted, but it's broad within the area, would that be your mandate to be able to include that?
Broad.
I guess we're aiming for consistency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was quite.
Those are the questions for now. Thank you.
There's quite a few submitters that requested consistency as well. Yep. Tyler.
Yeah, there was 60%, something like that.
Yeah. So Sarah.
Yeah, it's just a question for Councillor Henstock on the streets in my ward in Redcliffs and Heathcote, and why she's proposing to remove those from the interim speed management plan.
I haven't made any differentiation between any of the areas. It was simply a request to separate out the school zones from the neighbourhood zones, and I don't have any views either way in relation to your particular neighbourhood areas. It was just a blanket. Please, can we find a way to see if we can support the reduction in the speed zones around schools, but not in the other neighbourhood areas that you've gone into where, as you've said, they are, I think, smaller neighbourhoods with no schools.
Yep.
So my question really is then that if there were residents in this area and there was actually quite good support for, especially the ones in Heathcote, I'm trying to work out why you would then say no to another community for having a lower speed when they request it.
I think we're just going to leave that one for debate.
Well,
and I think
no,
it's
just whether she'd be
fairly
happy
obvious
taking out
why
those
this is
two
being
from
put forward, Sarah.
excuse me.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
This amendment is actually wanting to reduce the amount of streets that have a 30 or 40k speed limit and concentrate it to just around the schools. And so you either agree with that or you disagree with that, and we'll address that in the debate and in the vote. Okay. So rather than get into the weeds now. So, do you have a seconder?
I don't know if I do have a seconder.
Is there a seconder for Victoria's amendment? Aaron.
And sorry, can I clarify quickly? So currently we've got the A through G because I've seen that H and I have been struck. Are we also including in this amendment the J through N under the additional areas added post-consultation?
So if I can have staff confirm to me that A through to N are all the other areas where there is a small neighbourhood with no school, then that is correct, that it is a full package.
Yep, we'll get that for you.
I think there's a nod coming, so I think you've got a response.
Yes.
That's a yes, right.
That's a yes.
So that's a yes, Katie, the whole thing. A through to N without H or J.
Sorry,
Moved
can I-
Victoria, seconded Aaron.
Sorry, can I just clarify that? Was that saying that there are no schools in those areas? Is that
yes?
So Parklands has a number of schools.
So the Parklands area that would be excluded would be the area around Rothsay Road, which is slightly off to the left. You did have feedback from submitters that they supported the speed limit changes and wanted additional ones, but the only way to that was more of a defined neighbourhood of Burwood, and I think we put the Parklands area so big that part of Parklands would be excluded and it would become a neighbourhood rather than a school street.
Right, so it's sort of a technical difference, but there are lots of schools in that area. I see what you're saying.
Thank you. Right. So I think we've done that one. We'll move on to the second amendment from Council.
Sorry, we forgot Kelly.
Sorry. We have got and Aaron as well. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Kelly.
Yeah, so I would, I'd like to know the process to have E struck out of that. That
Can you
group.
just vote against it, please, if you don't like it?
Well, I could. I'd also like to.
We don't want to, it's an amendment, it's someone else's
Yeah,
amendment.
but I'd also like to clarify the fact that you're talking about Preston's, which is already 40 kilometres, and we're talking, and this actually misrefers to it as Preston's. It's actually talking about Preston's Park, which is the lower, the southern side of Preston's Road. So we have inconsistency in the subdivision with 40k in the north and 50 in the south, and I agree that the south should be 40k. So I don't think that should be in there at all. But there you go. What's the process to have it eliminated like those other two below it?
I'm sorry,
I think I can clarify by saying that H&I is not meant to be eliminated, please. It needs to all be in there. And yes, it does, because I've asked for it in its totality. So all the areas that don't have a school in it are what was part of my amendment.
So okay. So Kelly, you'll just have to vote against that one, or you can vote against all of it, some of it. I'll get an indication before I put this, just to see whether we need to put every single one separately. We're going through questions. Yeah, but we've got other questions. Okay. Aaron?
Yeah, it's a follow-up from a point Tim raised before, but it would only work if we did only the school zones. Can we also, if we made all the school zones 30, also have no U-turns in those 30k spaces? Do we have the authority to do that?
That would be a bylaw, would it?
Answer the question.
It's not.
Technically, we can. It's just really difficult to enforce without doing physical treatments. We can put U-turns in, ban U-turns, but unless there's something there to U-turn around, it just gets really messy and difficult. I think it'd be
but
good
if you have a blanket rule that outside of school you can't do a U-turn, which means you've got to just go around the block and go the other way. Don't try doing your 18-point turn in front of the school when all the kids are crossing badly.
I'm happy to take it offline, but
that's what I was going to recommend. I think we would definitely support trying to do things to make that situation safer.
Suggest we take that offline and deal with it.
But would the problem not be then if you've done the whole neighbourhood? That means you can't U-turn anywhere in the entire neighbourhood.
No, because if we were looking at banning a U-turn, we could look at specific areas and specify that.
Let's take it offline, and Aaron and I, we can
Right,
chat.
Sarah, your question?
Thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions on these. Where there's been an assertion that there's no school in that area, but we've kind of defined it as a neighbourhood rather than a school. Though they are all adjacent to areas that we have deemed as school areas. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
They are adjacent to them. It's pretty much just a funding decision, because the long-term plan has 5 slow-speed neighbourhoods per year for 3 years, and the purple areas are what that pot of money is funding. But yes, they're adjacent to school zones, and there's children that live in those zones that would travel to the adjacent zone to go to school.
Yeah, and so many of these neighbourhoods are also in between 2 school zones, and if we didn't do the neighbourhood at the same time, we would have additional signage, additional variability, and lack of consistent signage and consistent speeds, leading to people being more confused about the speeds in the area. Is that right?
Correct. The more that we can do in terms of local streets, the messaging becomes easier in that when you turn off a local road, you're entering a residential street, slow down. And then ultimately we wouldn't have to rely on extra signs through zones. So yes, having clear defined boundary areas around these slow speeds means it's a lot easier for drivers to understand what we're expecting of them.
And do you know of any statistics kept that would show potentially that crashes mostly happen, statistically speaking, through people deliberately breaking the law?
I don't have that. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I don't know that any exists actually to justify that statement.
Thank you. Tyler?
Firstly, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask elected members some questions for clarity.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask Councillor Peters around point A, and it says here, and approve the additional cost of 4 signs for the exclusion. So what does that mean?
Is that a question of me or a question of staff? Because I had no idea
for you.
it was going to be. Excuse me, I'm answering your question. The cost of extra signs was not something I had raised. That was raised by staff.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be required. I understand that.
Okay.
And on that count, I'm toying with the idea of actually removing that amendment.
Okay. Oh, no worries. I was just asking. It was just for clarity. And the second one was the 30-kilometre speed limit on Waterloo Road. Is that Gilberthorpe's to Hey Hey? Is that on the main strip?
That's just down from the school. So it takes on from where the school's finished down to Gilberthorpe's. And
oh, cool. Okay.
That's been requested by a number of residents and the GHRA in that area.
So, Mark, do
Sweet as.
you have a seconder, Mark? Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
I hadn't quite got that far yet because the first we saw this was when we walked in this afternoon. So.
Okay. Is anyone prepared to second Mark's amendment? Aaron? And I was just going to ask staff a question on...
Aaron's already seconded the first set of amendments.
Someone different to second that then? So there's no seconder for Mark's amendment?
Oh, I'd second his point B.
But not point A?
I probably couldn't support point A at this point.
Pauline, are we just able to add point, because point B is like a noting for future consultation rather than a change to an actual boundary. Are we able to just note that we're including that in the next one without having to be an amendment?
Yes, we could do that.
Yep.
Yes, I could just take it as feedback that we would and include it in the next speed management plan.
Is that okay without making an amendment?
That would be helpful, Mark.
Yeah.
It would be noted,
I'll
it would go
withdraw
through.
mine.
Thank you. So
So
we'll
B
withdraw.
will be a noting. Yeah.
And so are you withdrawing A as well, Mark? Because you've got no seconder. So your ones are withdrawn. So B becomes a noting report to carry it through to the SMP at the end of the year, and the rest of it's gone. Thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Moore.
Seconder.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment? No. Is there a seconder? All right, so that one.
Mark's.
Okay, do we have any questions for staff on Andre's amendment?
Just to clarify for staff, Mark's second.
Yeah, so I just need to be clear. So if the noting is going to stand alone as an amendment, since Mark would be the mover for that, we can't second another.
No, it's a note.
We'll note it in the substantive so we don't have to treat it as an amendment. So we'll allow Mark to second Andre's. Are there any questions for staff on Andre's, Victoria?
Yeah. Can I clarify the streets that you're referring to there in Councillor Moore's amendments? Are they the ones that were answered in the email that's been circulated to all of us, being the streets that were changed from 30 to 40 without any consultation on the basis of a comment made from one submitter?
So there was, in the Westlake area and Oaklands area, there was, I think, 3 separate comments and they had likes against them. When we've tried to accommodate those likes to cover all the small reserves and children's playgrounds in the area and the kindergartens, then understanding that Whale Street looks very similar to some of the other streets. So from a driver perspective, it's not going to feel any different in the 2 zones. Pardon me. So it was extended to make it more legible. However, there's nothing to say that area can't be 40.
Just pause, Jim. I'll have a drink.
Thanks.
It's okay.
So great.
Breathing and swallowing is never a good idea.
Thanks, Katie.
Thanks, Katie.
Yes, what's going on?
So in terms of the neighbourhood, the Oaklands area does look a little bit different to Westlake, and the east side of Westlake had been retained at 40. So for Westlake as a whole, it would just retain as 40.
Okay, so to clarify, that is the subject of the email that Councillor Moore had sent that we were all copied into the response, and there wasn't any additional consultation. Thank you.
So, Gemma, in this amendment, is it your recommendation that all of these be moved to 30k and Andre is?
The recommendation is that they go to 40 as originally consulted on as part of the Safe Speed Neighbourhood Program. So where we've taken the comments through feedback and we've extended the zone, there's nothing to say that that has to be 30 at this time, and so therefore for Councillor Moore, we could change that back to 40 as part of this plan.
So you're happy with that?
That's absolutely fine.
Excellent. Okay, do councillors all understand that? The staff are supportive of Councillor Moore's amendment. And I'm just going to ask staff advice. I think that's the end of the questions. Can I treat this like we did the annual plan and have one debate, then put the amendments and then go to the substantive?
So first does Councillor Moore have a seconder?
Yes, Mark.
Mark, thank you for that. Yes, you can do.
Yeah. So councillors, I just thought we'd do one debate that covers the whole of the speed, neighbourhood speed topic, and then I'll put the amendments and then we'll put the substantive.
So you just would have to take the amendments
Separately.
One at a time? So the first up being...
Well, the first one would be Victoria's, but I might get an indication of who wants to vote against which bit or all, because it might save going through each single one. That's all.
Yeah, so if the amendments are taken all together right now to handle Victoria's first, Victoria and
Yes.
Aaron, so assuming if the meeting votes to accept those, then that rolls up into the substantive motion, then you can consider Councillor Moore and Mark's.
Three
is
different-
withdrawn. Oh, you mean the one here?
Yeah.
There's only two now.
Two yeah.
amendments. One's withdrawn.
Yes.
What I'm saying by an indication is, if it was likely to fail, I wouldn't need to put them all separately. That's what we're getting at.
I think there's slight confusion between the question you're asking and the answer you're receiving. You still need to deal with not necessarily individual lines. You'll need to come to that. Councillor Henstock's amendment as one, and then Councillor Moore's as a different vote.
Oh, yeah.
Just so
appreciate
everybody's
that.
clear.
Oh, not putting both amendments together. No. All right. So I'll now open it up for debate. Sarah.
We're debating amendments.
We're going to debate
the whole
all
thing.
of it.
The whole thing.
The amendments and the substantive, and then I'll put Victoria's amendment first, then yours, and then the substantive.
That's it.
So, Sarah, fire away.
Thanks so much to staff for the huge amount of work that this has taken, and for providing us with some really good, really clear, recent and New Zealand-based evidence. So the statistics from both Auckland and here from Christchurch are really clear that slowing these speeds down does in fact reduce serious crashes and deaths, and that's what this is all about. While the mandate at this point is to focus on schools, Council have also in the past added additional budget into the transport plans specifically so that we can do neighbourhood speed reductions as well. So we have a line of that, and in the last LTP we had a lot of requests from the community to do more slow speed neighbourhoods, which is the reason that this has all been wrapped in together, so it makes it much more efficient for us to do in one time rather than us going out multiple times for different neighbourhoods, which is what we've done in the past. It's also really important that we're not just covering the areas that are just outside schools, because kids don't live just outside their local school. And if we're only doing the areas just outside the schools, that's then just to cater for the parents who are driving their kids to school and want them to be able to cross the road safely when they're already driven there. What we're intending to do is to provide a safe environment so that kids can walk or bike to school. And not only that, and not only just during school hours for the trips to and from on a weekday, but many kids play at their schools after hours, in the evenings, on the weekends. And we also have lots of older people in these neighbourhoods also walking around the streets. Many of them struggle to cross the road in as quick a time as they used to. And so we frequently get requests from older residents to make sure that the speeds are lower or put pedestrian refuges in so that they can actually feel like they can go out for a walk. We shouldn't just be reacting to current death and injury, and that's for several reasons. You know, we often hear that we shouldn't be waiting for a death before we act. This is us being proactive to make sure that we're not getting those in the first place. But also, the number of people walking and biking around our streets is relatively low, and it's often because people don't feel safe to do so. So one of the reasons we're probably getting maybe fewer pedestrian deaths than we might have thought is because actually people aren't out walking because they don't feel safe, they can't cross the road, and those kind of things. And it's not just for those who are walking and cycling. So there's plenty of evidence that shows, both in data but also anecdotal, that shows that slowing speeds is better for those who are driving as well. And I'll use my last 2 minutes here to read out a small section from a piece that was in the Herald in May this year. And it says here, when reducing the speed limits was proposed for Sumner in Christchurch, it was the talk of the village. It was the solution to a problem that didn't exist, and another example of the powers that be treating us like infants. It's moronic, I agreed with my neighbour, although almost certainly using more colourful language. Then, when the new 20k and 30k signs replaced those reading 50, something unusual happened. Yep, vehicle traffic slowed, but far more curious than that, the community instantly changed its mind, me included. The lower speed limit was brilliant. The positive outcome from reducing the speed was something I hadn't considered, and it has nothing to do with greater safety, although there is something in that too. A little bit in between. But it's not just about those walking or cycling who benefit. Being in a car is actually better too. Merging into traffic from side streets is much easier when the speed of the other traffic is reduced. Pulling out onto the main road now means I seldom even have to wait. Again, it's a small thing, but nevertheless, I've been surprised at how much I enjoy that. We have lost nothing, but gained what feels like a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Tim.
Yeah, thank you. I've been rattling on for over 10 years with regards to slow speeds in front of schools, and we'll talk about the U-turns later on. But I'm over the moon about this. It's when my children were going to primary school, to sit out there with the wee book that the teachers would give me, and to take notes of registration plates, those that didn't care about other people's kids, because amazingly enough, it were other parents dropping their little darlings off and then doing U-turns and not caring about other people's. And I would be given the finger and the bird and a number of other things, and there had been a couple of staunches, but we won't go there. I think this is long overdue, and I want to thank the staff also for going past the school areas and into those neighbourhoods where many parents with school-aged children are saying, can we have our area included in this? And especially around St Martin's, Beckenham, the Cashmere Roundabout, the Barrington Cashmere Roundabout, and many other areas around it, because the two things that we have coming towards us are intensification, because whether they're allowed to park on the road or off the road or whatever, people have cars. And their intensification out towards Hallswell, etc., which is growing hugely and affecting those middle suburbs, which myself, my colleague Melanie Coker represent, that we're the sandwich in between people going from A to B. And generally those people do not care about other people's children travelling to school. So I'm fully in support of this. And if I have to get up 5 minutes earlier, that's no big deal to me. Thank you.
Next, Tyler, and then Mark.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Checking. Great. Just wanted to firstly, again, reiterate thanking staff for the amazing work they've done, and also commend the way that it was consulted through that interactive map that we had. I found that absolutely phenomenal. We were able to navigate it and see the comments live. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I'd also like to thank my predecessors for advocating for this, and it's finally turning around positive for our communities. And the reason why I'm in support of safer neighbourhoods is because of the very person that was sitting on my lap for most of the morning this morning. And having that feeling of neighbours being able to wave past and say g'day and feel safe walking around their neighbourhoods is a feeling that I'm looking forward to having when we are supportive of these things. Lastly, I do appreciate these amendments. I'll support some and I might not support others, but I really do like the way that this was handled, and I thank my colleagues for having really good debate and discussion prior to this. That's pretty much me in a nutshell. Safer neighbourhoods means slower cars, in my opinion, and that's something that I'm fully supportive of. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kelly.
Yeah, thanks very much. I do appreciate the work that the staff has done. I've been involved in some of the Aranui Streets for People stuff, which I found really interesting, having the kids identify areas that are issues for them. I totally get slow speeds around schools. It makes perfect sense to me. I do find some of the inconsistencies probably the most confusing part. I think we're going to need consistency. I wish there were national rules around this that were very, very clear. And I think it's actually a bit of a dog's breakfast in terms of all the different speeds that are going to be, in various parts of the city. I'd love to see more consistency. As far as the Amendment E, look, I can't support that. I live on the north side of Preston's, which is 40 k's. Where the school is, it works pretty well, apart from all those people that choose not to drive at 40 k's, and there's plenty of them, because whenever I drive at 40 k's, there's people right up my backside. It's been really interesting going through this whole process, but we do need to look at Preston's Park, which is south of Preston's Road, being reduced from 50 to 40. I think the vast majority of the neighbourhood want that. I'm really frustrated by the inconsistency. I would love to see standardised, like we've had, 100k speed limit here, 50k in the streets, etc., to send a clear message. And I'm not sure what the answer is. The other thing that I would raise is that, at the end of the day, enforcement is a huge issue. Like I say, I live in a 40k neighbourhood. It makes sense to me, but there's virtually little, if any, enforcement, and that's probably what we need to make this work for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, Victoria.
Thank you. I'm going back to basic principles today and helping to decide on this particular issue. And the first question that I have to ask myself is whether this makes sense. And I think it's a resounding yes, but only insofar as it relates to the roads surrounding our schools. And I think that the blanket changes into some of the other neighbourhood areas don't make as much sense. We had several submitters attend in person and pose the question of, is restricting the speeds the most effective way of improving safety? And I think the answer to that is no. We've got our own staff telling us that reducing speeds won't address the antisocial driver behaviour nor the excessive speeding. And we've got submitters telling us that enforcement would be a much better deterrent to speeding, and we all know that there's very little chance of increased enforcement. We also know that effective design and roading infrastructure is a far more effective tool for lowering speeds, and we also know that more investment in safe pedestrian crossing points is going to have a greater impact on pedestrian safety. I think we're going to end up with a mishmash of 30, 40 and 50 km/h zones, potentially all three within one stretch of road, and in all likelihood your average driver is not going to pay any attention to it. The second question that I asked myself is whether there is a sound evidential basis to make this decision. And again, on the face of it, the answer to that is yes. I don't dispute there is a direct correlation between speed and severity of injury. I don't dispute that. But if you scratch below the surface, then I don't think there is the real evidential basis showing the nexus between the speed and crashes in the neighbourhood areas that we have chosen for speed reduction. The third question that I ask myself is this financially prudent? Is this a good use of our taxpayer and our ratepayer funds? And to my mind, that's a clear no. We've got very little substantive cost information. We haven't been supplied with a cost-benefit analysis. Thank you, staff, for your explanation and rationale around that, but I just simply don't agree. This is ratepayer and taxpayer funding, and we should be having a better cost-benefit analysis. We know that there are better ways of making our streets safer, and I would prefer that we focus our investment and our resources on that expenditure and those measures. So I think we're throwing good money after bad. The next question is whether there has been a fair and transparent process around this with a good and robust engagement. Appreciate staff put a huge amount of time and effort into this. Thank you for that. But I'm really concerned that the reach remains minimal, and I don't believe that we have a true or accurate representation of the road users. And I was concerned about the process that was a little bit rushed in relation to the extra areas. My final point for consideration today is about protecting our local democracy. We've heard that the new land transport rule has removed our ability for speed limits to be made under local bylaws. Our bylaws are going to be revoked. And so what we have here is we've got central government taking away our local planning functions, and as a local body, we're the meat and the sandwich. We really are being forced as a local body to implement central government policies. We have to pay for a large chunk of it, and we have to take the flak from the public. I support the speeds around the schools. I've attempted today to differentiate, and that was the way I would have liked to vote. I don't expect it to fly, so I'm left with no alternative, but I won't be supporting this today.
Thank you. Mark.
Thank you. This is kind of the, we're the meat and the sandwich. To have this put in front of us to decide on what is a central government policy to be implemented locally is frustrating. I'd like to thank our staff. You guys have been really amazing working through this process, and we're really sorry for the stress we put you through with this. I really do appreciate everything you guys do. It's a hell of a job. So take heart from that, and do take my genuine thanks. I fully support 30 kilometres per hour around schools. We protect our road workers with 30 k's. Why the heck wouldn't we protect our kids with it? It just makes way too much sense. And good on Tim and Aaron for being campaigners for that for as long as they have. Thank goodness we're getting some results to back it up. Councillor Moore did an intriguing poll on his social media last night, and it was quite emphatic, I believe, with around 65% saying, hey, these changes are fairly well done. They're not supporting them. So that's potentially going to be hard to ignore in our final vote today I'll be picking. I certainly came into today leaning heavily on the idea of, look, I can't support this. I'm still making my mind up as to where I'm going to land. The safer speeds around neighbourhoods makes huge sense, and it frustrates me that it's being done piecemeal. It's a shame we can't just do the whole city at once and say, look, everyone's residential street should be X, say 40 k's, and 30 k's in particular school zones and in those dangerous areas. But no, we've got large chunks of the city. I mean, my neighbourhood particularly, I know, is completely missing in this process. And there's a number of neighbourhoods around the city that I would suggest would love to have been part of this. And it probably would have made a lot of sense for us as a council to, hey, let's hold off doing this exercise until we can do the whole darn lot at once and do a whole citywide speed management plan. So I guess that's what's coming in the coming year or three. It's just a shame it couldn't happen right away. And people will probably have heard me in the past talk about built infrastructure. When we're putting in speed limits, it's crazy for us to be putting up signs and saying, obey them. We really have to build the environment for people to do the speed that they're required to do. To expect someone to look at a 30k sign and immediately start doing 30 k's, good luck. One of the things I'd like to see with this, as well as the signs, is if we could get some stencils on the road. Around the Wigram Skies area where you did the 40 k's Save for Speed neighbourhoods, to see the stencils land on the roads later was a really, really good reinforcement. And if we could perhaps look at the idea of doing some stenciling with the signs around the neighbourhoods, that would really help, I think, in trying to get this to land. So thank you for your work, and I'll see how I vote.
Thank you. Celeste?
Thanks to staff for the work on this. I have to say that the consultation process I thought was extremely comprehensive, and I think that the level of engagement that we had with people coming in to speak on this issue was excellent, and I really enjoyed the deputations that we heard. I think that this is a really sensible and measured approach to protecting all members of our community. I think the evidence is pretty clear. Lower speed limits make our schools and streets safer for not only the children, but elderly and those with mobility issues. I think it's an interesting conversation around, defining schools and neighbourhood areas, because I feel like the definition is technical and we're sort of applying that as meaning that, as other people have commented, that school kids and others only live right next to schools. I think we all know from living in community that's families and young people and those with mobility issues live across our neighbourhoods, and they travel through neighbourhoods to get to school. So if we're serious about protecting vulnerable people, then we also have to be serious about being consistent and making sure that we apply those safety improvements across those neighbourhoods. We've seen from the feedback from our communities, and I'll speak to areas in the eastern suburbs, that there's really strong support for these changes. And people haven't said, you know, I don't want changes in my street. They want to know that their kids can leave at 9 a.m. and get to school unaccompanied and not worry about their safety. So that's the feedback we've had. And when we're talking about listening to the community, that's what I'll be drawing upon when I vote today. I'm pleased to see that some of the communities have been heard, including Linwood and Bromley, and that those have been sort of taken into consideration, and that other areas, including Heathcote and New Brighton, will be considered as part of the speed management plan, because we've had a huge amount of feedback on those areas being included, and I'm pleased to see that it'll be happening as well. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting on with this work. I think this is a simple step towards making our streets safer, and I'm pleased to be able to vote on it today. So thanks very much for your work.
Thank you. Tyrone?
Further up the chain than I thought I would be. Right. I'm in support of safer neighbourhoods because, of course, who wouldn't be? The road to zero hasn't always done the people of Banks Peninsula right, I have to say. Anybody who's driven along State Highway 75 from Motukarara to Little River Pub will know there's been a genuine drain on people's time and people haven't felt listened to. That said, that stretch of road has a shameful record, and I sincerely hope the approach is proven to succeed. Because facts are facts and evidence is evidence. But we're not talking about State Highway 75 today. People on Banks Peninsula are sick and tired of cars blatting through their peaceful communities. They're sick of trucks, logging trucks in particular, rattling through and destroying the roads. Everybody on the peninsula knows many of the speed limits were historically completely out of whack with reality. And being the pragmatic people we are, have accepted the many changes, because guess what, folks? We've had quite a lot of these changes already on Banks Peninsula, and guess what? Everyone, there were a few grumbles initially, and then everybody, because of course, and if you had surveyed people, they would have said, oh no, I hate it, I don't want it. But of course, after it happened, nobody batted an eyelid because of course they realised that it wasn't really a big deal. The childhood me, sitting in the passenger seat with my father coming back from the Charters Bay Golf Club back in the 1980s after a few jugs, is thankful for the changes, to be honest. And we accept that there has to be a change in driver culture, and we don't want to spend a lot of money putting signage up, creating visual pollution everywhere. But drivers on the Summit Road heading towards the eastern bays of Banks Peninsula will not thank us if we suddenly chuck up a whole bunch of signs and expect the rest of it to take care of itself. But I'm satisfied by the excellent information provided by staff, so thank you so much. It's been really, really thorough and good, and I know these changes will be well received by the majority of residents on the peninsula, and the ones that don't like it will always be keen to chat over a cup of tea. In terms of productivity, there is absolutely no clear evidence that faster speeds improves productivity. That's completely nuts. In terms of traffic flow, there is plenty of evidence that slower speeds does not affect travel times. In terms of accidents, it is unequivocal that evidence shows slower speeds reduces the chances of death and serious injury. This is complex, and not everything we do will be correct. I concur with the comments made by some of my colleagues regarding being the meat in the sandwich and the costs, as Vic said. But on balance, these changes are practical and will make Christchurch an even better place to live, work, invest and play, if that was at all even possible.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak? Aaron? Oh, sorry, Aaron. Andre first. Thank you.
You can go. No, you go.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I support lowering speed limits around our schools. The decision to extend the 30k limit areas beyond our schools is our decision to make, and our decision to make in line with what residents want from us. So it's important we get it as right as we possibly can. I commend staff on the interactive map. I found it absolutely brilliant. My feedback for the next one will be, once we've gone through all the feedback from the map, is then we go forward with a simplified and shortened consultation after that to get an idea on how people feel about our overall final plans. We had 2008 comments on the interactive map, 24% support, 11% opposed, 66% were general comments or wanting changes to the plan. So it means we're unclear if those 66% lean more towards supporting or opposing. So as a decision maker, it just leaves me with a bit of uncertainty as to whether we've got good support for this or if we don't. I did put an online poll out tonight. If you support these proposed limit changes in the Halswell area with the maps included, 17% said yes, 65% no, 18% had mixed views, so support some changes and oppose others. There's a legal comment made at the start of this meeting, which presumably means that someone around this table may have made a complaint about my engagement with my community. If that's the case, that'd be quite disappointing, but I'd also say get used to it, because I engage my community a whole lot. My decisions are always with an open mind and never predetermined. We have to be very careful of our need to engage and be careful not to tell people that we know what's best for them. We need to bring them on a journey with us wherever we can. When we're doing these initiatives, the more public buy-in we've got, the better the outcomes will be in our initiatives being successful. So some areas have been changed during this process from 40 to 30, but we don't have specific feedback available on those specific areas that's being changed to 30. So again, it just makes it tricky to know if there was public support for that area being included, that one not. A lot of people have told me we don't need to lower the speed limits, people just need to stop being dicks on the road. Look, they're actually quite right in a way. If people could stop being dicks on the road so often, we wouldn't have to be here as often making these kinds of decisions. It would make traffic staff job a lot easier, to make our job a lot easier if everyone stopped being dicks on the road, absolutely. But right now there are some limits that do need to be lowered. That's the reality of it all. So there's some areas of this very keen to support. There's other areas where it seems clear to me we don't quite have the support we need for those areas. So it is with some sadness I won't be supporting this or potentially abstaining, but I just want to note that two of the most dangerous roads for our school kids in Halswell are Sabies Road and Dunbars Road. Those subdivisions beside them have existed for 20 years and there's still nowhere to cross the road. That infrastructure has never been built, still doesn't exist. Now the speed limit won't be changing on those roads as a result of this plan. So I'm looking at this with the same concerns about Sabies and Dunbars Road. I've just put through a notice of motion yesterday asking for urgent advice to be given on the pedestrian infrastructure we've needed on those roads for 20 years. It is 20 years overdue. A big chunk of those 66% of comments in that consultation were screaming out for safe pedestrian infrastructure that we need. That's what I'll continue to fight for, and I look forward to being out at the school gates with the Hurutini student councillors and with our awareness campaign later in the year. We're going to be around schools promoting safe behaviour around our schools. I'm very mindful that we can't put up signs and hope for the best. We do need that infrastructure. We need to educate, we need to inform, and we do need to lower speed limits in the areas with the most need, and we need as much public buy-in as possible along the way to make our changes as successful as possible.
Okay, Aaron.
Brilliant. Some really good stuff there, Andre. Thanks for your input and for your survey results from last night. And like you pointed out, there was 24% support for our online tool of the 2,000 odd comments, which is a quarter of the people that are responding are saying, yes, go ahead, we like this, which is also only half of 1% of the population. So it's not a huge mandate, but we are elected to sit here and make decisions for the people of our communities. I've never in all of my years had anyone oppose the fixed speeds around schools and preschools. There's always been unanimous support for that. How it's taken this long just is unspeakable. That ever since I've been elected, it's been around. And weirdly, and I never supported it being 40k. I always said I'm more than happy to meet anyone in front of Parliament. I'll get hit by a car at 30 in pads. You can take 40. And anyone that wants to have a debate over it. So no one ever took me up on that, but I did make the offer and was more than happy to do it in pads with a helmet, gloves. So I just want to point out a lot of people are talking about this, like lowering all these speeds is going to make our streets and communities safer. I've looked and looked and looked. I've gone and asked the police for statistics of people who are abiding by the current road rules and speed limits that are hurting and killing people, and those numbers they are for injury but not for death. They're just not there. The deaths are caused by excessively bad behaviour, excessive speeding, illegally modified cars, racing, being on drugs, alcohol, texting adds into some of them, and other behaviours. But there's always something that causes the accident, not someone who's a law-abiding road user. There will also be unintended consequences, like there is with every single law that's come in. Road to Zero sounds fantastic, but to be honest, it's a bit of a lie. It isn't a road to zero deaths, it's a road to zero cars is what's going on in this country, because they have failed so badly, and everyone who is on that board or runs that up in Wellington should be fired, because the road toll has gone up since they started, hasn't come down. So if that's not a failure, if you're in charge of any company or corporation and you were failing that badly, you should be sacked. They should be sacked, because they're not reducing road deaths. There's a ton of things we could be doing in this country that will reduce road deaths, but their program is not doing that. It's about getting rid of cars, and I think a lot of Kiwis can see through that, and so there'll be unintended consequences from this. They will most likely be negative, and there'll still be the deaths, because we're not going after the actual problem, which is, as Andre pointed, the D's on the road.
Thanks, Erin. Got Jake and then Mel.
Thanks. Look, I wasn't really prepared to debate this today, because I didn't think anyone wouldn't support this whole package of works. What was really clear from the staff presentation is that reducing the speed limit reduces the overall average speed, and that simply results in less people getting killed and less people getting injured on our roads. You know, when I first heard of this, I thought, look, the only downside to this is that it's going to increase journey times. But then actually what you see pretty quickly when you look at the map is the streets we're targeting are very much the beginning and the end of any journey. It truly is the last mile, as people say. So after looking at the map, it becomes pretty clear that we're actually talking seconds more than even minutes of delay. But actually, after hearing the public submissions, and one by Simon Kingham in particular, it becomes pretty clear that most people spend a lot of their travel time at traffic lights. And actually, we're debating about how quickly we can get traffic lights. Do we drive up to a stop at 50k or 30k? So look, there is a public misperception out there that this will increase journey times. And what I would say to my councillors, who we all know that this won't, is actually lead on public opinion on this one. Don't resort to populism. Do what's right, not just what's popular.
Thanks, Jake. And Mel?
Sorry, it's my debate now.
Mel?
In February 2020, 140 governments, including New Zealand, endorsed the Stockholm Declaration. The Stockholm Declaration aims to halve the number of traffic deaths by 2030 by introducing a general 30k per hour speed limit in all appropriate areas where vulnerable road users and vehicles frequently mix. The declaration based its call for low-speed streets on studies from recent decades across many cities, which indicated that 30k per hour streets where people mix with traffic not only save lives, but also promote walking, cycling and a move towards zero carbon mobility. It doesn't mean cars are excluded though. As a result, 30k per hour speed limits are being put in place all around the world, including Auckland and Wellington and today Christchurch. Some councillors and submitters have asked, what's the problem that we're trying to solve? Well, we all know that speed kills, and what you were talking about earlier. We also know that slower speeds mean shorter stopping distances, less likelihood of a collision, less impact if there is a collision, and less chance of injury or severe injury or death. One submitter to this consultation, the Director of Via Strada, has given us facts which support lower speeds with data from our very own central city. He showed that the streets with a 30k per hour limit, compared to those without, have had a 20% reduction in crashes and a whopping 46% reduction in injuries. And remember that crashes and injuries cost, emotionally and financially. That's the problem we're trying to solve. And it's one that community groups throughout all of my ward have been asking for years. It's great to see that all of Addington around Church Square will finally become 30k per hour, and specific streets that were proposed to stay at 50k will now be 30 in response to community feedback. And I just want to remind fellow councillors that it's not just the road outside of school that requires lower speeds, it's the streets that kids walk, cycle and scooter along and ultimately need to cross that need lower speeds. I was not aware that magic carpets existed that flew kids from their home directly to their school gate. Also, there's other vulnerable road users, the lesser abled, the elderly, who don't live in a magical world where they can apparate from one place to the next. During submissions, those against this talked about being frustrated at the thought of slower speeds and how the economy might suffer. Well, think about the suffering of the parents, children, family, friends, colleagues when someone is severely injured or killed on our roads. The toll is immeasurable and does not compare to an extra minute or so to drive to work, school or elsewhere each day. No cost-benefit analysis can calculate the price that the loss of a life can have. If this reduction in speeds outside every school in Christchurch, as well as a large number of our neighbourhoods, saves one life, maybe the life of your loved one, definitely the loved one of someone, it is worth it. The decision today is as simple as that.
Thanks, Mel. All right, and I'll just quickly, and I think, Sarah, you'll be wanting right of reply. But yes, you're right, this is a government directive, but this is one government directive that I think we could probably all happily agree with because it's about safety and it's about protecting people from injury, fatalities, and saving a lot of grief in our neighbourhoods. Look, Victoria touched on the cost-benefit analysis, but looking at a really good submission that Simon Kingham put in, and he's the Chief Advisor to the Ministry of Transport, he gives advice about the evidence base of transport policies. And he states that 1/3 of fatalities are speed related. Well, what's the cost of one death? I mean, there's your cost-benefit analysis right there, let alone injuries. And your other analysis, your benefits are climate change. We reduce the emissions largely at 30 k's. The other thing that came up quite often throughout the submissions was consistency, and staff have reflected this back to us as well, which is why I believe this amendment of Victoria's actually does not promote consistency, it actually promotes confusion, because if we extend the zone out further from the schools, people get into that mindset more quickly. The submitters were passionate. I was surprised at the passion and the willingness to support this. In fact, they requested the extended neighbourhood zones. So that's come from the people that we heard. And yes, it would be ideal to put infrastructure in to enforce the compliance with the speed, but staff also told us in the presentations earlier on that the cost of that will be absolutely astronomical. If you look at the hundreds of kilometres around the city that this is going to actually eventually extend to. So we've got to be looking at behaviour change. Simon Kingham also stated that 30 to 40 k's does not add any significant travel time, and I agree with Councillor Scandrett. If you're worried about that, leave 5 minutes earlier. Give yourself more time. Enjoy the journey and let everyone survive it and in one piece. I think we've got to change our mindset. So regarding the amendments, I'll support Andre's because staff have indicated that they're happy with that, but I will not support Victoria's. As we've heard from submitters, I believe that interferes with the whole process, it provides inconsistency, and I'm certainly hopeful that others will agree with me on that. And now I'll hand over to Sarah to wind up the debate as the mover.
Thanks so much. There's some irony in the comments complaining about this being a government mandate, especially when it comes to the school speed changes, because actually everyone has said that they agree with them. The reality is, though, that over many years, this council, including just the last budget we've done, has refused to add enough budget to do the work, saying that we can't afford it and we'll just do a few every year. This has given us the nudge we needed to do the right thing. Councils are right that putting in the right infrastructure, hard infrastructure in our streets, chicanes and those kind of things is a really good way to slow down cars. But this council, including in the last annual plan, has also decided they're not willing to put the extra money on the transport budget to do that work. I'm disappointed that colleagues were proposed to remove a street in Heathcote that was added after the community pointed out that it was a key residential street for the school kids close by. It's narrow, it has no footpath. and the community had been asking for a really long time for it to be slowed, and was the one street in that area that wasn't proposed initially because it was slightly further from the school. And the reality is, when we save lives, we don't always know whose lives they are. It's hard to prove that you've saved a life when a crash is avoided because someone was having to go slightly slower on a neighbouring street. And Melanie is right. No BCR can value a child's life in an appropriate way. People make mistakes, and statistically speaking, it's the everyday mistakes that cause crashes. And while the high-profile, deliberate law-breaking is high-profile and gets in the media, it's things like illness and disability, vehicle factors, suddenly braked or turned, pedestrian factors, inexperienced, too far left, failed to give way or stop, did not see the other party, road factors, driver tired or fell asleep, inattention or attention divided, failed to keep left. They're the things that cause the majority of the crashes on our local and residential streets. It's not the 130k an hour that you get on Summit Road. And those things are why we need to slow our speeds so that when people make those mistakes, the consequences aren't as bad. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'd really like to do is get an indication of support for Victoria's amendment, so that I don't have to go through and put everyone separately. So can I get an indication of who would be supporting it? 1, 2, 3. All right, so I'll put that amendment. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? No. Do you want your votes recorded against?
No.
I mean for. That's 3, isn't it? Andre, Aaron and Victoria. Thank you. And Mark. Oh, so not Andre, it's Mark. Sorry. Thank you.
Aaron, Mark.
Yep. No.
Aaron, Victoria, Mark. Victoria, Aaron, Mark.
Yep.
4. Thank you.
So that's a fail. And I'll put Councillor Moore's amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Who's a no? Tyler, did you support that?
Yes.
Thank you. So no one opposed that, and that's carried. Thank you. We'll now move to the substantive. I'll put the substantive. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Victoria's opposed. And Andre and Aaron. And Mark.
So I hear a division on the substantive, correct? Yeah. All right, Councillor Templeton. Aye. Councillor McClellan.
Aye.
Councillor Moore.
No.
Councillor Donovan. Yes. Councillor Coker. Councillor Peters.
Abstain.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen. No. Councillor Hinstock.
No.
Councillor Fields.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Cotter.
Aye.
It's 9-4, 3 against, 1 abstention.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Good debate. We're now at the end of the meeting, am I correct? So we'll close the meeting with the karakia. Kia whakairia te tapu, kia wātia I te ara, kia turuki whakatahahi, kia turuki whakatahi ai. Hui e, tae ki e. Kia ora. Well done. Thanks, everybody. Oh.